Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to our second day of the Health Forum. Hi, hi. Thank you for showing up today. Before we get going here, I'm going to recognize our door prize sponsors. All right. Going through the list here, I'd like to thank RDS Laser, RBS Bank, Boundary Ford, All Nations Building Supplies, Treaty Governance, Onion Lake Pharmacy, Justin, Eagleview, Yellow Butterfly Creations. Where are they from, those ones?
Hillmond.
Hillmont. Thank you very much. Ulmer Sevols, North Shore. Those are our neighbors down south, the tire shop area. Chief Taylor School, Cardinals Gas Bar, Matt Child Health, Maceo Mall, Pewasinaguan, Onion Lake Education, Jordan's Principal, Community Health, and Sikascoots High. Yeah, with all those sponsors, I would like to mention that we are going to be giving away Oilers tickets, a meat pack from Diamond 7 worth $250. If you want to win those prizes, come on down, come to the Round Hall, and we got lots more to give away. Okay, yeah, good morning. On our agenda, I would like to welcome Alicia and Ashley. You're live. Quit yawning. Smile when you're going to, yeah. All right. It's stressful being up here. I know you're tired. You probably didn't sleep last night, stressing, your OCD kicking in, all that. Okay. All right, so good morning. I will give the floor to Food Security and Sovereignty, Alicia and Ashley.
Try it here. Do you wanna? Oh, right, I can't click on here. Okay, so thanks everybody for coming out here again today. We're excited to kick off day 2. This presentation is actually, we made this presentation originally, we presented at a dental conference, but we thought all of the stuff in it, like it is hot topics and it's interesting and it's relevant to Onion Lake as well, so we were gonna kind of re-show it here, try to raise awareness of a couple different topics. So our hot topic that we're gonna start off here is scurvy. You guys maybe have heard about scurvy. It was kind of in the headlines this past year. One of the communities, I think it was La Ronge, they identified 27 scurvy cases during one of their little research studies that they were doing there, which is pretty huge. This is scurvy. So scurvy is kind of thought to be like an older illness, older disease. It wasn't something that we were used to seeing in today's day and age. So I guess true or false, scurvy was one of the leading causes of death for sailors in the 18th century. Can I see a show of hands for true? True? Yeah, okay. And next slide. Yeah, true. So yeah, that's absolutely true. That's kind of like the reason that people know about scurvy. You hear about it in like the terms of like sailors or pirates. It was definitely one of the leading causes of death for sailors. This is because at sea, sailors would have like really low access to fruits and vegetables and a very, very poor diet. If you think about trying to find food when you're in like the middle of the ocean, right? You're probably just eating, I don't know, fish and whatever kind of grains or root veggies you kind of packed on your boat. So sailors would get very, very sick and show all the signs and symptoms that we now know to be scurvy. So the cures for scurvy would be kind of found at different points and then lost. The last picture there of the doctor treating that guy, that was like a depiction of a Scottish physician treating a sailor with citrus fruits, and it would work, like the treatment would work so quickly here that the patients he would treat first would be able to then like get up and help and treat the remaining patients that were sick with it. So it was pretty cool. I'm not totally sure how they were able to get oranges on the ship or how that happened, but anyways. So understanding scurvy. So scurvy is ultimately a vitamin C deficiency. It's found when diets are really, really low in vitamin C for like a long duration of time. Vitamin C is primarily found in fruits and vegetables. It's a really easy vitamin to get a hold of. There's lots in our diets as long as you're eating fruits and vegetables. Vitamin C is also one of the supplements given in hospital for patients who have wounds that are not healing too. So scurvy is diagnosed through blood tests and biopsies using, along with a clinical assessment. So food sources of vitamin C, I already kind of talked about it. It's like almost all fruits, especially citrus fruits, they're really high in vitamin C. Any kind of berries, mango, pineapple, peaches, melons. Also vegetables, especially like the really colorful ones. So peppers, broccoli, kale, Brussels sprouts, tomatoes, spinach, potatoes, leafy greens. This kind of, I don't know how many of you guys were here yesterday, but we talked for a minute about how wonderful everybody's Thanksgiving celebrations were. Alicia and I both have a lot of members of Onion Lake on our Facebook, so we were just kind of scrolling through, and I mean, don't go block us now, but lots of people were posting pictures of their Thanksgiving supper, and the plates were very brown, very kind of gray, very white, you know.
There was absolutely no vegetables other than the celery in the stuffing and maybe onions. And potatoes, but we know potatoes they do have vitamin C, but they also are a starch. So we watch portions of that as well for diabetes. That was our talk yesterday.
Yeah, so that's like a very good like real life example of the kind of the lack of fruits and vegetables that are in diets, probably kind of on like a day-to-day basis, but also at like special events like that. We also can get vitamin C from supplements. The recommendation is to always get your nutrients that you need, your vitamins, your minerals from the food first, and then use supplements as they're recommended by your doctor. You can get them in forms of like just like little pills that you would take. I've seen little drink powders, like the emergency powders. But the best would be to get it from fruits and veggies. Okay, this one's kind of interesting. True or false? Long ago, Indigenous people experienced and encountered scurvy. What do we think? Do you think people did have scurvy? Indigenous people did have scurvy long ago? What do we think? Hands for true? A little bit, a couple. Hands for false? False, yeah. Yeah, so next slide here. Kind of against what we kind of thought too. We figured, and it's just not true. In lots of parts of Canada, winters are really long and access to food is really poor, especially, if you think a couple hundred years ago or whatever. Scurvy symptoms and cases were definitely still something that Indigenous people experienced as well. But Indigenous people were clever. They were already onto it. They had it figured out, ways to manage it and treat it in a natural way, which is really cool. Scurvy, it's most prevalent in the winter. Some of the first some of the first documented cases that I could find when I was researching about this topic was in the Iroquois people. And it was, the long winters, cold, no access to like berries and that type of thing, very low sources of vitamin C around. It was some of the first documented cases of indigenous medicine in North America. The cure, where they, where was it here? Okay, in the winter of 1536 of Jacques Cartier's crew, they were really sick from scurvy, and at this time, the Iroquois people in the area, now recognized as Quebec City, gave the very sick sailors a tea that was prepared by boiling needles and bark from an evergreen tree. So they had it figured out. So next slide here. Yeah, so this is the tree of life. It was kind of called by Iroquois people. So they figured out that pine needles and pine trees are like an incredible source of vitamin C, and it can help to cure and treat scurvy like very quickly, which is really cool.
One other thing I wanted to mention is rose hips are very, very high in vitamin C, and they're in abundance. So that's one thing you could try is like rose hip tea, or that's another natural source that we can find around here.
So some of the signs and symptoms of scurvy, this would include like feeling very weak and tired all the time, feeling irritable and sad, joint and muscle pain, especially leg pain and like swelling, swollen and bleeding gums. So this is why we were talking to our colleagues at a dental conference about this, that, you know, dental therapists or people in the dental world in general, they're looking in people's mouths. They might be able to recognize some of these signs of scurvy, like the swollen bleeding gums, the teeth falling out for kind of no reason, and just kind of raising awareness about that. You can also see like the development of like sort of bruises and blue spots on like the skin, especially on the legs and the feet too. So all kind of things to watch for. And when we were talking with Dr. Khan this morning about this whole situation, he really stressed that this is something to watch for like in children, the immunocompromised, pregnant ladies, the elderly, yeah, and then other members that might be more prone to experiencing food insecurity as well. Okay, or actually go back one slide, sorry. So these photos were taken, I took these out of the Canadian Medical Journal, and it was the article titled, "Scurvy in a 65-year-old woman with severely limited function and social supports." So this patient, an older lady, I think, yeah, she's 65. Like if we were gonna put it into context, you know, maybe she doesn't have a ton of family. Maybe she'd be living at like, let's say, like even like the Elders Lodge or something in Onion Lake, right? Like let's personalize this. You know, she has poor mobility. She doesn't get out a whole bunch. She has a bit of help getting groceries, maybe not a ton though. She's able to get over to the clinic, or maybe she even called the ambulance because she was having some of these symptoms here, right? Through the assessment, it was discovered that she really had like no support system. She was having a really hard time getting around, cooking. Also, even getting her groceries was really difficult. She was living alone, and she was living off of mostly like non-perishable or like canned food in this situation. So this is like not super out of the realm of possibility, right? I think that there's many people probably living in these kind of situations in Onion Lake. So yeah, through an assessment, it was decided that it was recognized that she had scurvy, and it was good that that team was watching for that and recognized that that was something she might be kind of predisposed to, because it's not something that maybe we're always testing for. So it's good that we've got some awareness of this.
I think it's good too for doctors and other providers to just be aware of what it may look like in case they aren't familiar and then they see it, or home care even, if they're working with clients that are elderly or immunocompromised. So I'll talk about a couple other nutrient deficiencies we see in Onion Lake. One of the main ones that I've been here 21 years, and I've seen iron deficiency anemia for the whole time I've been here. It's very common. We see a lot of young ones that are very low in iron. They look extremely pale, almost gray and pallor. Their face is just, yeah, extremely pale. Sometimes even an off color, and right away I can see that they might be low, so I often get them to go see the provider when I'm doing classes. We also have a lot of pregnant moms who are low in iron. I know they say that this isn't necessarily true when reading studies, that people who crave ice chips and chewing them is connected to iron deficiency anemia, but in my experience, I have seen that that is a very common sign, an outward sign of people having iron deficiency. I've had so many people over the years, pregnant moms, say, oh, I need ice to chew on all the time, or coworkers, just kidding, I'm not kidding actually, but that have said that, and I'm like, you need your iron checked, and sure enough, some of them have actually needed transfusions or iron infusions, so it's very, very common. It can also be linked obviously to diet and intake and not getting enough nutrients. One thing with the youth is it's very hard for them to concentrate and have energy in school if they're low in iron. So when they're growing and they're really tiny, you want to make sure they get enough. A baby needs more iron than an adult man. So they're doubling in size, so they need a lot more iron. We make sure moms, if they can't breastfeed for whatever reason, if they have to use formula, we recommend iron fortified. And the first food should always be high iron sources like meats, beans like legumes, like brown beans, things like that.
Okay, one thing I've noticed, so I see most of the kids in Onion Lake. Sometimes I'll be talking with a mom and they'll say like, oh, my kid is so picky. They're not eating any meat. They only eat noodles. They only eat Kraft Dinner. They'll only eat hot dogs. Things like that. I hear that all the time. And then as we keep talking and keep listening, and it'll come out that like, oh yeah, and you know, baby started eating toilet paper and I have to hide the toilet paper. I have to hide the crayons. Baby, not just like, you know, I think a lot of kids will grab things and put them in their mouth and gum on them or whatever, but like they actually start to kind of crave non-food items, and we're seeing lots of that, which is crazy. It's something, it's called pica, and it's supposed to be pretty rare, but we're actually seeing like a pretty good amount of that. Another kind of little subsection of the population that we see this, or that would be more at risk for this too, would be our children with autism. Autism in itself has a lot of kind of eating differences that go along with it, and sometimes eating difficulties too. So difficulties with texture, they can't handle like the texture of meat, or there's a bunch of reasons why they can't kind of get, or they're not consistently getting these iron foods. And yeah, the really severe deficiency, some of that, the outward signs of that is craving non-food items, whether that's chalk, crayons, toilet paper, paper towel.
Drywall. I've had people, little kids eating potting soil out of plants, just dirt on the ground, but lots eat drywall. I've had laundry detergent, anything like that. If you ever see it, take them to the provider and get them checked for their iron levels. It's very important. Vitamin D is the other one we see quite often. Usually people don't even test for this just because it's such a common deficiency in the general population. Vitamin D we often get, well, our main source is the sunlight, and we convert a form of vitamin D in our skin into a hormone that's used by the body. So most people actually require or should be taking a supplement, especially the further north you go, the less sunshine you get. Another impact would be the darker your skin, the longer it takes for the sun to make vitamin D in your skin. So it's harder for someone who's pale like me. I could make enough vitamin D maybe, but you have to have your arms, legs, face exposed for say 15 minutes. Other people who have darker skin might need 30 minutes. And then it just goes higher the darker your skin. And most people use sunscreen, and we're told to prevent cancer, so we find a lot of people are low. If you don't want to get your blood tested for it, I just recommend either getting it covered through your provider. You can get it covered and just ask for it with your provider, or you can also pay for it. It's very cheap. It's a reasonably cheap supplement. Other food sources would be things like soft tub margarine, which contrary to popular belief, it isn't terrible for you. Harder fats are worse for you than margarine. It's not, we're all one step away from plastic, if you hear that commonly. What else? Milk, but lots of people are lactose intolerant here, so that's hard to get in enough vitamin D. They add it to milk. Fish is another source, especially if you eat the bones. I think that's it, mainly. Those are the main sources. All right, so food security, has anyone ever heard of that term before? Some? Okay, so food security means it's the state of having reliable access to a sufficient quantity of affordable, nutritious food. Do people feel like we're food secure in Onion Lake? No. I heard no's. Okay, so you're very right. There are a lot of people who struggle with this. We will talk a little in our next slide, but not yet, about one of the studies we did a few years ago. We just wanted people to think about where people in Onion Lake buy their groceries. What would you guys say are the most common places? Just yell it out. Superstore, Lloyd, Walmart, the mall. So what about at McKayo Mall? I don't want to be terrible with McKayo, but like, what about if you go there? Can you find a lot of healthy stuff? Okay, yeah, there's not a lot of vegetables. If they are, they might be extremely expensive, and I know that can't be helped sometimes, but it's really hard to provide healthy diets when there's no access. So what if someone doesn't have a vehicle, doesn't have gas money? doesn't have a way of getting around. How are they going to get those foods, right? Or they don't have family to support them. Let's see what else. Oh yeah, I just said that. Okay, so this is the study we did. When was that, Eugene? Eugene and I were part of a food, nutrition, environment study. That was a few years ago now. Probably 7, before COVID. We did a study with a group of researchers, and they found that Onion Lake, they interviewed 78 households at that time, and 40% were food insecure, or maybe it was even higher. Can you read that? 44% were food insecure. Of those, 30% were moderately food insecure, and 14% were severely. So what that means is moderately insecure, they relied on lower quality or lower priced foods, so they weren't getting the good quality nutritious foods. But 14% were severely struggling, and that means they were actually going without food. I met moms over the years who said they weren't eating because they had to give their kids food instead. So they were starving themselves to feed their children, which is not something you would think we'd see in Onion Lake, but it's actually something that was brought up a few times. So yeah, we did this study. We found out that a lot are food insecure. Let me see. Sorry, I can't read that far there. Oh no, it's good. You're fine. We can go to the next slide. Sorry. So yeah, we know that from that study, we know there are issues, and we need to start working on different kind of community-wide initiatives to get people eating or having access to healthier stuff. So Indigenous food sovereignty, has anyone heard of that? Some? No, one? Okay, so it's a little different than food insecurity or food security. So for millennia, Indigenous peoples have taken care of the land, cultivating, producing, and harvesting foods in sustainable ways because of their long-standing sacred responsibilities to nurture healthy, interdependent relationships with the land, plants, and animals that provide us with our food. Back in the day, people were very self-sufficient. They had their own food systems, and it was kind of ripped away from people. So due to colonization and oppression, residential schools, the breakdown of intergenerational knowledge sharing, privatization of land, and also climate change and environmental factors, people have lost a lot of that sustainability. And so lots of communities are working at bringing that back and trying to become self-sufficient and having their own food sovereignty within their nations. So we've seen a lot of really great stories. We actually developed a book a few years ago. I don't have it here. I should have brought it actually, but it shows all the different kind of positive initiatives happening throughout Saskatchewan in different communities. I'll maybe grab one when I go back to the clinic and bring it for you to look at if you want. I have some copies. Next slide. All right, so, sorry. Okay, so we want to start thinking more upstream to improve food security. A lot of times as dietitians, we work on kind of Band-Aid solutions or short-term relief solutions, or communities do. So one-time food vouchers, hampers, POs for groceries, or gift cards at like McKay Mall when we give prenatals a $15 coupon every month. So those are what we consider downstream. It's just Band-Aids for this. You can't really fix what's broken by doing that, right? Midstream would be more like capacity building. So financial literacy classes, we've done some of those with prevention, and that's really important on how to budget. Budgeting workshops, food skills, like cooking classes we do all the time, bulk buying classes, grocery store tours, community kitchens. So trying to build capacity within people to be able to understand the importance of healthy eating and then be able to access it better. And then upstream is complete system redesign. So this would be things like Saskatchewan school nutrition funding, or if we had a sort of system in place like a community-wide sort of initiative, we would do that. Like even our community gardens, I feel like, are more of a system redesign. And we'll talk a bit about one of our sort of visions of a food hub later, but that's like a big thing we're trying to work towards in the community with Chief and Council at some point. Sure. Well, it's okay. I can keep going. I'll just ramble. Okay. So Onion Lake's food security initiatives. These are just a few pictures from our garden. So we have the first picture on the top left is a little girl. She was in my office and she was loving that fruit she was eating, and I had to snap a picture. She was just really cute. And then Ashley, what do you have there? I think that's like Brussels sprouts. So we started gardening into 2023, and Ashley will talk a bit about that, but that's from our one garden space. And then the third picture is out in front of the clinic. We put some raised beds there to raise awareness, and people are always curious when we're watering it, asking what we're growing and learning from it. And I know some people have actually built their own since then, which is really nice. And then the other pictures are, the top right is a cooking class, one of our Eagle View Cooking Up classes. And then the bottom right is when we had to take over the food bank and had to buy an insane amount of food. So it just shows people how much work those volunteers do at the food bank. It's a lot of work. That's the bread, I lied. That's us picking up bread. And then the other picture in the middle is the food bank, and that's what it looks like on the inside. And we've had to take over the volunteers. We find it really hard to get people to come out and help at the food bank, and the majority of the women that are working there and men are the average age of 77, and a lot of them aren't even from Onion Lake. So if you know anyone who's willing to volunteer, they're always needing volunteers and could always use the support that way. So you can contact Mary Wynn Carter if you're ever interested. Sorry, current initiatives, community garden, community kitchens. There is a soup kitchen at the food bank location at the thrift store. And then we also do food preservation classes too. All right, so grants are available to improve food security, both on and off reserve. We attempted to submit a few grants with Matt Harper and Prevention out of the band office. And with those bigger ones, we didn't get approved, but we were able to work with engineers to talk about our food hub idea. And we also had submitted to smaller ones, and we received funding from the Makeway or Cedoscatawin program for a community garden initiative in the community, which was awesome, and also from SIGA for the same thing. So those pictures there are just some of the depictions of what could potentially be a part of the food hub. So our food hub vision, it's sort of from working here for so long and talking with community members and just getting feedback from other surveys in prevention. But we talked about a project that would focus on food production, transformation, processing, preparation of food, refrigeration and storage of food, transportation and distribution or consumption of food. So it would kind of target all those areas. During COVID, I don't know if anyone remembers, but we had to buy groceries for everyone isolating, every single family. Initially, they started out by driving into Lloyd, buying what the person had on their list, even if it was lobster. I actually think that happened once, but they didn't buy the lobster. But people were buying pop and, you know, things that aren't very healthy. And I went one day to help, and I was so overwhelmed. We were exposing ourselves to germs. We were sweating like buckets when we were done getting the groceries. And I said, we need to find a place where we can put everything in one spot. So we set up Eagle View, and it was set up with food all down the hallways, into the gym, in the kitchen. We used the walk-in cooler, the deep freezes. And we had we had carts going all day long, just filling orders, and we had an order sheet we went through with each family. But it made us realize we had nowhere to store food. We ended up shifting from Eagle View then to the hall, but when they had wakes, we had to move out of there, and those were the only two walk-in coolers and freezers in the community. So it just made us realize we don't have a lot of places for food in emergencies. So ideas for our food hub would be an outdoor root cellars and cold rooms, if we could do that, large no-till gardening area. We have an event coming up next week, but we haven't advertised, so if you're around, you should come check it out. Outdoor kitchen and eating area, outdoor Quonset with stove and set up for harvest, farmers markets, an orchard area, raised beds for those with mobility issues, paths to make it welcoming and inviting, a smokehouse for dried meat and a prep area, eventually like a meat packing building, some greenhouses, chicken coops, grocery store. We're going big. We're just thinking of everything. But the picture there is kind of cool. They designed this for us just with our talking to the engineers. So the food bank would be housed inside of this one main building. We'd have a walk-in freezer, fridge. We'd have a gardening equipment sort of garage door area for storage. We'd have office space. We added a commercial kitchen in. Ashley was mentioning it would be kind of cool to have a place where people could cater out of, and it would be more food safe, I guess, but also we could even start doing like, Meals on Wheels, centralized food production for the school, so you don't have to hire cooks at every school. You could just start doing stuff like that. And then we don't have teaching space for like kitchen teaching spaces, so that would be another thing we wanted to add in there.
Okay, and then we were just going to do a shameless plug of our community gardening initiatives that Alicia and I are both really passionate about. So this started, well, I think Alicia's had gardening going on in Onion Lake in different areas and different kind of quantities since you kind of started here, sort of, off and on, right? And you kind of start something and then it fails and then it loses traction. And this is what we've had going on since 2024. Damien Patagan, which he's not here, I think he's an EA at the high school right now, but he kind of came to us, he approached Alicia and I, and he had a lot of passion about gardening and trying to get like his family and community members to eat like a more healthier local foods. And he's really passionate about gardening, so we started applying for grants. We ended up getting one from the Saskatchewan program, formerly Make Way. We got enough funding our first year to build a fence for our area, and then also I think we built 8 raised beds. Oh yeah. And we also got like a few other things. We got a little bit of gardening going on our first year of operation. In our second year of operation now, we kind of kept that running. We got like some more area tilled for to hopefully expand into no-till gardening. This year we planted 1 million potatoes there, which we did not dig very many. So if anybody wants potatoes, there's still potatoes next to the garden space.
But you can't see the plants.
You can't see them. It's kind of a mystery.
Horses ate the tops, or some sort of animal ate the tops. So we were just digging randomly and finding potatoes.
It's like a treasure hunt, and you'll find potatoes. Yeah, so I guess the other thing, a lot of people don't even realize where our community garden is. Does anybody in here, do you guys know where? Show of hands. Do you know? Yeah, you've been, hey? Lots of people still haven't even been to our garden. It's actually like right behind us here. It's like just over that way. So it's like right behind Sagascooch. So everybody's welcome to go there anytime. We just got approval of almost $40,000 for our next year's growing season, which is really exciting, from the same Saskatchewan program. So we have plans and dreams to build a gazebo. We're gonna hopefully put in a water line, and we're gonna do some more no-till gardening conversions. That just means that we won't have to water our garden so much, is basically the whole kind of gist of
and not
no-till.
have to weed. So we need less maintenance. And we have a lady out of Manville, her garden, she switched to no-till, and she went from being able to grow a few cabbages to thousands of pounds, and now she provides, she sells it at markets, like at stores, and she's coming to teach next Thursday, the 23rd. I don't know the details yet, but if anyone's interested, keep your eyes peeled on our Facebook page, and we'll maybe put posters up. It'll be very interesting. So they use straw, and then they only leave exposed where you plant, but everything else is mulched and covered up, and then you don't grow weeds. If you get quackgrass, it just pulls really easily. So it's very cool. She was a huge inspiration for us when we saw her presentation.
The last thing we're hopefully doing with our money here that we just got from the Saskatchewan program is adding in 3 new kind of mini orchards throughout the res. This is our last slide. So we're hoping to add one at the Pewa Senecon, their spray park. We're hoping to plant 6 apple trees around their spray park. Same with the spray park up on Molson Hill, and also planting a bunch of fruit trees over at the food bank. So just to try to increase the access to fruit for everybody. Is there any questions about any of this?
Any questions? One over here. Ah, right there. There's a mic behind you.
Thank you. I just want to say that you guys are doing a great job, and I really appreciate, how much you're taking in to the community within itself, and involving yourself within, like, because they say, like, everybody is from everywhere, right? So really thank you, and I appreciate you for, all the greatness that you guys are providing.
Thank you.
Sorry, is the greenhouse at the high school something you guys also look after that's just led by the high school?
That's just a high school project, and my understanding is that greenhouse is actually more of a teaching. It will become a teaching sort of greenhouse so that the climate is similar to Vancouver, where you can grow trees and flowers and things all year long. So it's more of a teaching one. It won't produce a lot of items for us to sell, not sell, give out and eat and distribute, yeah. Maybe someday we'll be able to sell stuff. We're gonna start with making sure people are fed first.
Oh, give it up for Ashley and Alicia. I thought they went to go get something. Sorry, girls, you didn't say nothing. All right. Thank you very much. So we'll give you a couple of minutes, about 5. We'll take a 5-minute break while we have the next presenter here set up here. So 5 minutes. Take a break. Check, check, check.
Check. Check.
Check one, check two. Your mic check. Sound like deep voice.
Check.
All right. I think most of everybody's back in the building. We'll get our next presenter here. She's going to be talking about breastfeeding. And her name is Jolene Gramlich. Give it up for Jolene here.
Hi, everyone. My name's Jolene, and I'm here to talk about breastfeeding today. Do I just nod to you? Yeah. And so in this presentation, you'll see photos and videos, and consent was given to share these in order to protect, promote, and support breastfeeding. So my goal for today is to talk about projects that we've done here in Onion Lake to help support breastfeeding. And also, I hope that each person walks away with a little bit of information so that they can positively impact somebody's breastfeeding experience. So I just want to share a little bit about myself. I've always been interested in breastfeeding from as long as I can remember. And I think part of that is growing up on a farm and seeing all of the little animals nurse from their moms. And so one of my stories that sticks out in my mind is I had this horse, and I went to my dad one day, and I said, I think she's pregnant. And he was like, no. And I was like, okay. So then come December, it was freezing cold, and my dad comes to me, and he says, she's pregnant. And so he puts her in the shop, he builds a corral, and puts straw. And I stayed out there all night long, waiting for this little foal to be born. And so I woke up in the morning, and she still hadn't had the baby. And so I knew if I left, she'd probably have the baby. So I went, had breakfast, and 20 minutes later, come back, and there's this little foal in the straw. And so we watched for a bit, and the little foal didn't get up. And so my dad got into the corral, and he did what he'd done countless times before, was he helped the little foal get up to nurse from his mom. And my dad knew that colostrum was so important to this little baby, that for this baby to survive, for this baby to be healthy and strong, this baby needed colostrum. And so that's something that's always stuck out in my mind. And then when I came to work in Onion Lake, I just really enjoyed helping people to breastfeed. I enjoyed learning about breastfeeding. But it wasn't until I had my own children that I became confident. And so my first girl, Sydney, we breastfed for 2 years. And then that's her breastfeeding her doll. And then with Paige, I breastfed for 3.5 years. And so that gave me the confidence to be able to help people. So I became a La Leche League leader, and then did extra training and wrote an exam to become a board-certified lactation consultant. And so that's what I am today at the health center. And it's the greatest gift to be able to help people to breastfeed. And as a health professional, it's our duty to share with people information so that they can make a decision about how they'll breastfeed or how they'll feed their baby. And so we have to let them know that breastfeeding is recommended by the World Health Organization, Pediatric Society of Canada, Dietitians of Canada, that we breastfeed our children for 6 months exclusively, so nothing else to eat or drink. And then at 6 months, add complementary foods and continue breastfeeding up to 2 years and beyond. Now, I also realize that there's a lot of things that impact a person's decision to feed their baby. And so sometimes it's life events, it's circumstances, and we also have to remember that the formula companies are a multi-billion-dollar industry, that they are promoting their product in order to get people to use their product instead of breastfeeding. So there's a lot of challenges that families face. So in order to help share information about breastfeeding, we've worked on a couple of projects here in Onion Lake. And one of the projects was our hand expression video project. And you can go to YouTube if you follow the little QR code. We worked with SHA and Meadow Lake Tribal Council to bring people from our communities to share their stories about breastfeeding. And we also have a hand expression video there and a lactation consultant talking about common questions that people might have. But from our community, we had Rebecca Quinney, Roberta Lewis, and Misty Bird. So I invite you to go take a look at those videos. And then the next project we did was our breastfeeding photo project and our breastfeeding book. So I have some books here today from this project. And so what we did, we had members from the community. Some of you might see yourselves in the photos. We had members from the community come, we did pictures, and we interviewed them, we took quotes, and we made a breastfeeding book. And what I really loved about this project was that we had generations of families. So in one of the pictures that comes up later, you'll see a great-grandma, a grandma, a mom, and then her children that have all breastfed. And so I just want to share that I'm so proud of the people in our community, and I just wanted to share images of them breastfeeding, and so that was that project. So why should we care about breastfeeding? Our elder, Yvonne Carter, I like what she says here. Breastfeeding is healthy. It makes babies strong, and they feel the connection. Babies need love, and they need to feel protected. And so what I like about that quote is that it's talking not only about food to make a baby strong, but also about a relationship with your baby. And so another thing about breast milk is that our milk is perfectly designed for our babies. And so you remember the little foal from the beginning that my dad got up to drink its mom's milk? That mom's milk is designed to build that baby's muscles and to get them strong and to get them moving so that if a predator comes, that baby is able to leave. Our babies, our milk is designed to grow their brains. And our milk is designed that we keep our babies close and we feed them frequently. So our milk is designed for our babies. Another thing about breast milk, I had so many things I wanted to include, but I don't have the time, but if you want to talk about it, come find me later. But another great thing about breast milk is that we create, so as a mom, if I'm exposed to a germ, my body creates protection that then I pass through breast milk to my baby. And so we're always passing immunity to our babies through our breast milk. And then breast milk is changing, so it's dynamic, so it depends on if I'm nursing a newborn, that milk is different from a baby that I'm weaning. Our milk that we make for a baby that's premature is different than a baby that's full term. And so our milk is always changing to meet our baby's needs. And then the time of day, our milk is changing. So when you wake up in the morning, that milk is different from the milk that you feed at nighttime. And our nighttime milk is designed to be a fattier milk that helps babies sleep a little bit longer. It has hormones in it to help babies sleep. And that's often too, it's a fattier milk in smaller quantities, and that's why babies cluster feed in the evening. And then our milk is changing from the beginning of the feed until the end of the feed. And then it's always changing based on things that we're exposed to in our environment. And then when we talk about protection of breastfeeding, we often talk about our protection that we give babies, but we don't talk about moms and the protection that breastfeeding gives our moms. So if you breastfeed, especially if you are exclusively breastfeeding or if you breastfeed for a longer amount of time, it's going to give you more protection against breast cancer, ovarian cancer, type 2 diabetes, and high blood pressure. So feeding our babies our milk is also a strong protection for us. Now for babies, any amount of breast milk that we give our babies is going to give them protection. It's going to protect them from developing ear infections. It protects them from being hospitalized, from gastrointestinal or respiratory infections. The dental team would tell you that breastfeeding protects against developing cavities in the first year of life, and it protects from type 2 diabetes. And so, of course, the strongest protection that we can get from breastfeeding is if we do it exclusively and for a longer amount of time. And so then, when I say all those things about breastfeeding, we're thinking of breastfeeding as a food, but it's also a relationship. It's a relationship between a mom and a baby. It provides protection, it provides comfort, and breastfeeding, it's a mothering tool that we use. And so babies want to feed, not just for food. They want to feed because it's home to them, it's comfort, it's security. And for me, I used it as a way to calm my children if they were very busy. I used it to soothe them when they were upset. I used them to go to sleep, and sometimes I would even sneak away and use it as an excuse for myself to nap. So it's a tool that we can use to bond with our children. So when we're pregnant, the breast is developing during pregnancy. So when we have a baby inside, they're fed by the placenta. The whole time that we're pregnant, our baby is nourished by the placenta, but our breasts are changing to be able to take over the role of the placenta, to be able to feed our babies once they come. And so change more and more studies showing it's important for pregnant women to learn this tool, and it's something that's been around for centuries. And one of our late elders, when I interviewed her, she immediately was like, oh, I would hand express if I was full or if I wanted to clean baby's eyes and nose. And so that was late Rosie Chief. And so hand expression is just a way of getting milk out of your breast using your hands. And if you know how to do that skill, if you practice it, it can help it so that you make more milk by taking milk out. Stimulating the breast will help you build your milk supply. And then that way, when baby arrives, you know how to take milk out of your breast to give baby. If you're having difficulty latching, or if you're separated from your baby, you have a way of getting milk out of your breast. And like, for me, I only ever used hand expression and didn't use a pump, just because I found it something to be really easy. And so when prenatals come closer to their delivery date, we give them a little kit about hand expression. We talk about it, we explain what it is and show them how, so that then they can ask their doctor if it's something that's safe for their pregnancy, and then they can begin to do it in pregnancy if it's safe, or they can use it for after they deliver. And so it's just an important tool, and it's about getting to know your body and learn about breastfeeding before you have baby. And so another tool that we have to help breastfeeding is something called skin to skin. And if ever I'm helping a mom, they probably get sick of me saying it, but if you're having any difficulty latching, if you put baby skin to skin, so that's where you undress baby. They can be in a diaper, and then mom is undressed with maybe a blanket over top or a shirt over top, and you keep baby close to you. Skin to skin is so powerful. It helps your baby be calm. It helps regulate their blood sugars. It helps keep their temperature. It helps them breathe better. And just having your baby skin to skin with you helps build your milk supply. So even if they're not feeding at the breast, being skin to skin tells your body to make milk. And so the first hour after baby's born, it's really important to help build your milk supply, because once baby's born, that placenta leaves, your breast needs to know that there's a baby there that it needs to make milk for. And so if we put our baby's skin to skin, it gives our brain the signal that we need to make milk. And hospitals have become really good at letting us be skin to skin with our babies in that first hour, so that we give them opportunities to feed. And then often we have videos and things that we share with moms. If babies are placed skin to skin and mom is just laid back, babies will actually crawl and latch on their own without us really having to position or support them. And then all of these babies here, these are older babies. So you'll see like they don't have maybe the perfect positioning that a brand new baby would have, because they're a little bit older, and as a baby becomes older, they can breastfeed in all kinds of positions, not maybe have the most perfect latch, whereas in the beginning, it's important to work on like proper positioning and latch with moms, and that's something that we help with at the health center. And when, I didn't know who I'd be talking to, if I'd be talking to people that were expecting babies or just health center staff, but I thought I'd just kind of review positioning for people. And so when you have your baby, it's important that you're comfortable and you bring baby to you. Thank you. And so you want a comfortable mom, you want the baby to be calm, you want to bring the baby to you, and no matter what position you feed in, you want baby's belly button facing you so that you're close together, and then you want to have their bum tucked. You want to place the nose to the nipple, because that helps them open wide and latch on to the breast. And then once baby's on the breast, then we help with positioning and supporting the baby to feed. But those are things we have videos for. We also, yeah. It's a target for the baby. Yeah. So we can, once babies are born, then we also look at how they're latched at the breast, because people talk about being scared to have sore nipples or being scared to have pain when they breastfeed. But if a baby's latched well, then moms often don't experience pain at all. And so in the first picture, you'll see that the baby's at the breast with a really shallow latch, and that'll cause pain for the mom. It'll cause so that the baby's maybe not feeding as well as they could be. So what we want to see a baby that's at the breast with a wide open mouth so that it's not causing pain and so that baby's feeding well. And then another thing about breastfeeding is people often wonder, well, how do I know that baby's getting enough? The most important thing for moms to look for, moms and dads, is for pees and poops and keeping track of those pees and poops. That's how we know that babies are doing well at the breast. As community health and doctors, nurses, we also do weights on babies just to make sure. And then how often will baby feed? Baby will feed when they're first born at least 8 times in 24 hours. So that's at least every 3 hours. Sometimes it's more often. Sometimes, or not sometimes. When they look at studies, the actual average is closer to 12. And so babies feed often. And when I go to the hospital, lots of moms are like, all they want to do is eat. I don't have enough milk. But what that is, babies are telling your body to make more milk. And by baby being at the breast, by baby breastfeeding, that's how we make more milk. So the more chances we give baby to feed, the more milk we'll make. And so it's normal for your baby to want to really feed often. As time goes on, those feeds will space out. They'll get a little further apart, and baby will become more efficient at feeding. And then how do you know that baby's finished at the breast? So knowing that baby's finished at the breast, they're content after a feed. Sometimes when babies go to the breast at first, they have tight little fists that then once you feed them, they relax. So they're relaxed and open, like a little baby gas tank, so that you can see, you know, that they're content and satisfied with breastfeeding. And so then, I know there's probably people here thinking, well, like, what is breastfeeding? I'm not having a baby, or maybe I'm a man, but it's important that we are all able to support moms to breastfeed, because it takes a whole community to help people breastfeed. And so we can do that by caring for mom. We can do that by bringing her food, by bringing her snacks and drinks. We can help by holding the baby, rocking the baby, and then bringing the baby to mom when it's time to feed. You can help around the house by cleaning or doing laundry. Some of the things that I hear is, I want my partner to give a bottle so that I can get more sleep. But when they study breastfeeding, people that exclusively breastfeed get more sleep than people who combination feed or people who formula feed. And so to help moms sleep and get rest, what partners can do is help take care of baby when they're not feeding. And then with latching, if people are having difficulty in the hospital, I tell them, like, it's not something to really panic about. What we need to do, we need to keep calm. We need to keep our babies close, so keep them skin to skin. We need to keep our milk moving, and then keep baby fed in whatever way that is, and then keep in contact with a breastfeeding helper. So if people are having difficulty, that's when, we have our providers at the health center to help them. Other things that we do, so if you have concerns or you know someone, another way of helping a mom is knowing where to go to get support. So coming to the health center, and I can help answer questions about milk supply, like concerns you might have about medications, foods, engorgement, and then also providing guidance about what to expect. And that's everything for my presentation.
Give it up for Jolene. So if you have any questions, I have one question. Get ready.
Yeah.
Those breast pumps I go get for you in Lloyd, are they like electric or are they hand pumps? I pick them up for you, but I don't know what are breast pumps or what.
So Eugene is helping to promote and protect breastfeeding by picking up breast pumps in town. And so under treaty benefits, you're eligible for a double electric breast pump every 3 years, or a manual pump with every birth. And a breast pump can be something that's helpful. It's not something you need to be able to breastfeed, but it is a tool that we have to help people.
So you're also saying breastfeeding can control your diabetes and high blood pressure.
Yeah, it can give protection from developing diabetes for both mom and child. And then also, it can help control blood sugars after you give birth.
Alrighty, good to know. So any questions out there on breastfeeding? All right. What about formula compared to breastfeeding?
So formula, the reasons I share the things about breast milk is that it's always changing to meet your baby's needs. And formula is a tool that we have, that it's important we have that, but it's important that we're not just giving it out freely to people, that we're working on breastfeeding and helping people to breastfeed and supporting them. Formula is always the same, never changing the way that breast milk is, and formula is also expensive. And so a ready-to-feed formula in a year, it would cost you, I wrote it down, and this is from 2017, $3,800 in a year to give ready-to-feed. To give liquid concentrate, it's $1,400, and to give powder, it's $1,100, and that's from 2017, and wouldn't include bottles, nipples, anything like that.
And breastfeeding is free.
Yeah.
Right on. Thank you very much. One more chance. Any questions? Okay,
Hi.
question over there. There's a mic over there.
In those first few days, I know it takes a while for the milk to come in. Is baby technically getting milk even though it takes a bit to come in a couple days?
Yeah, so that's a really good question that I didn't really answer because I was so nervous. So in the beginning, after the placenta leaves, our body makes colostrum. It's made in small amounts, but it's a thick milk that helps baby learn to breastfeed. So with that small amount of milk, babies are able to learn how to breastfeed. It's a thicker, sticky milk that helps pass babies' first poops. And so the way that we get that milk to change from colostrum to mature milk is by feeding our babies or by doing hand expression frequently. And so the more we feed, the more we hand express, the sooner our milk will change from colostrum to mature milk. And mature milk is like a more volume of a milk, and it's about 2, 3, 4 days after we give birth, that's when women notice people call it their milk coming in or their milk changing, and that's when they notice their breast becoming full. Babies, you start to hear them swallowing at the breast, so that's how you know when your milk has changed. Thanks, Marina.
All right. Okay, give it up for Jolene there. If you want to ask her questions, she'll be here for the day. Thank you very much. Hey. All right, our next presenters, I'll ask him to come and sit with me over here. You going to stay there? All right. All right, so these are our guest speakers for today. I'd like to introduce Laura. She's sitting over there by the front table there. She's Direction Health Protection Division. Support public health programs on reserve, which includes immunization, communicable disease, and environmental health. Support nurses, environmental health officers like Shannon, our EHO, has been with ISC for 5 years. So that's Laura. She's sitting over here. And do you want to introduce yourself? No? You want me to do it? All right. All right. This is Dr. Khan. He is the medicine health officer. Oh, medical? Not medicine. Medical health officer, or MHO. He has been in this position for 20 plus years. He oversees public health services for Central, South, First Nations communities. He ensures compliance with the Public Health Act. He provides and advises and direction to First Nations nurses. Example, immunization, communicable diseases like STBBIS, influenza. He does sit on the provincial and national committees. Dr. Khan.
Thank you so much for this kind introduction, and thank you so much to Laura and for the team here. First of all, thank you for the introduction. First of all, I would like to thank the elder for the prayer, and thank you so much for having us here today. Me and Laura has a lot to share with you, and we would love to hear your perspective and your feedback as well. We are truly honored to be here. I always love coming, meeting Albert and Pam. I must say one thing in the beginning, that you guys are extremely lucky to be in this community, because very few team exist like this that you have here in Onion Lake Cree Nation. The health team is incredible. Everybody's working very hard. Everybody still have the fresh memories of pandemic, in which everything was done very differently. Coming here in this time, particularly entering fall and winter months, I think it's the perfect time to talk about immunization and how we can protect ourselves, our families, children, elderly, and the community members. And overall, it actually protects the community if we do all the same thing about when it comes to immunization. So what we're going to do, I hope you will remind me of the time. We have so much to share, and I hope we have time to share everything with you we have prepared for you. So particularly, we will bring some key questions that people have been asking, some reflections, some tips for the coming season. The key thing that we would like to cover, key objective, is to discuss vaccine preventable diseases and immunization, and help support informed decision making for families, and strengthen community engagement. And we're very open to hear your perspective. So when you speak, do not think, just say what your heart is, your mind is thinking. And I hope we can respond to some of those questions. And just share what is working, what is not working, and what can we do to do it better. So there's a lot of great information in this presentation. You will have this presentation with you. You can use that with your staff and further in the school or wherever you are talking about immunization. So certainly you can use this presentation. We will leave a copy with you. And lots of great information. We have captured some of your key concerns about vaccination, and we will cover that, but still we will be available. And then we have some quick videos, and hope it goes well with the sound, because you may see that, the visual, but we want the auditory part, that you can hear what they're saying. So we picked those videos particularly for you, and you can use those videos. They are available on internet. So thank you so much for this opportunity, and then we will get to the next slide. Thank you so much, Laura, for help with the slides. So basically, starting with this particular notion about the immunization, when you look back 50, 60 years, immunization is one of the world's top greatest public health achievement when it comes to the fight against infectious diseases globally, locally here. Vaccine science has evolved quite a lot, and you guys all have recent memories of pandemic, how this new virus emerged in one part of the world and how quickly it spread. And then I think we did a lot of things. We didn't know about the virus in the beginning, but I think what helped end the pandemic was the vaccine. Otherwise, this pandemic would have not ended. And it was 3 years of pandemic, which was pretty horrible. It impacted us, everybody, at all levels. But the science and the scientists are now creating vaccines faster and more precisely than ever before. And some of the vaccine that we have in the basket for childhood immunization and other vaccination have been in existence for 50, 60 years. So we have a really track records of 50, 60 years of scientific, rigorous tracking and following up on all these vaccine people are getting. How effective are they? You have seen the evidence of that. So that is quite a breakthrough in science and technology. There's even promising towards cancer vaccines. So there's a lot of research going on about how to use the same technology, the mRNA technology and all those sort of technology, to treat other diseases and conditions. So I think cancer is one of that. But we already have one vaccine in the basket, which is the HPV vaccine, which prevent cancer, and there is such a good evidence on that. So I think vaccine is really shaping how it impact on human life. And there's a lot of trials on another bigger global health issues, like HIV is one of them. HIV is a big killer disease, malaria, and many other diseases, travel medicine, that vaccine is making a big contribution. Next slide. So basically, we're going to talk about the safety of the vaccine, how effective are they, and highly recommended for all age groups, and we have some examples to share with you about starting with the vaccine safety. So one key question during the pandemic was that people had concern and trust issues about the vaccine that was quickly developed, and was it okay? Well, there was a lot of questions about the vaccine during the pandemic that we were dealing with. But I think the evidence has showed itself. But just to give you a general idea, that was a pandemic situation. The entire scientific community was together how to come up with a vaccine quickly because we didn't have time. Time was a big factor. And you have to have a vaccine that is quickly developed on a massive scale and that can really help end the pandemic, and it did. So I think that is in itself a big evidence on that. But just to give you a little sense of how vaccines are developed, what it takes to develop a vaccine, from the time, from the thinking, from the inception, from the thought process, to the technology, to the process, until it gets to your arm, what it takes. So these are just some of the steps being explained here. So exploratory, we'll quickly go through some of them. Exploratory is where the scientists actually come up with the idea of a new vaccine. Then there's a preclinical phase, clinical trials, and application. And then we have in Canada, I think most of the G7 nations have a very rigorous and a very aggressive and scientific process for vaccine development. So in Canada, we are very lucky. We have Public Health Agency of Canada, we have Health Canada, and we have then the NACI, the National Immunization Committee, that actually then authorize and come up with a really detailed instruction how vaccine will be given, who will be getting, and how it will be given, what dosages will be given. So I think this just kind of outlined the whole process from the beginning till a vaccine is available in the market and is given to people. And then when it's given, even after that, I mean, it's given by a very certified person, like a nurse would give you the vaccine. And then if somebody react to the vaccine, I think there is a process for that everybody who has a minor side effect or major side effect, that is tracked. That report is sent to us. We send it up for a higher level, and then all those informations are being looked at and reviewed. So when it comes to flu and COVID vaccine, we can share a little bit more information, but the process is extremely rigorous. You can trust the process the way it is end up at the population level. So that's a little bit about that. We have a little video. Hope it next can work, Laura. And hope people can hear the sound. It's about how safe are the vaccine. It's the internet causing a little bit delay. But vaccines are offered in Canada, are safe and effective. They must meet the highest standards after a rigorous, it's not playing? Give us a second. Okay. Sure.
Protects us from diseases. Keeping your immunizations up to date will protect your family from disease and reduce its spread in your community. Let's look at how immunizations keep you healthy. Vaccination inhibits a portion of skin bacteria or virus in the body, usually by injection. But here's the difference. Virus or bacteria in a vaccine won't make you sick. Instead, the vaccine prepares your body with a defense. And because vaccines provide such a tiny amount of virus or bacteria in an injection, getting more than one vaccine at the same time won't overwhelm your immune system. Dead or weakened viruses and bacteria are the main ingredients in vaccines. But vaccines may also contain adjuvants to help the body's immune system respond better to vaccines, and additives and preservatives to maintain the quality and effectiveness of vaccines over time. These ingredients are safe. In fact, many of them can be found in the foods we eat or in nature. Canadian laws and regulations set high standards for vaccine development, safety, and testing. Canada also has strong health systems to oversee and monitor vaccines as they arrive on the market and are sold to the public. Vaccines are safe. Talk to your doctor, nurse, pharmacist, or public health office about keeping your family's immunizations up to date. To learn more, visit immunize.ca.
Thank you so much. That was a very good video. So moving forward, talking about vaccine effectiveness, and we just want to show you a little bit of the pre and the post vaccine time. And there are really some concrete examples where you can see how vaccine has changed the shape of some of these infectious diseases. And the World Health Organization estimates that the global immunization efforts have saved at least 154 million lives over the past 50 years. That is equivalent of 6 lives every minute of every year over the past 50 years. 101 million of those lives saved were infants. Polio and measles, I mean, these are really some good examples. Polio once affected hundreds of thousands of people around the world, especially children. It caused paralysis. It's quite disabling and quite something not to see ever in our lives. But we do see cases. But since the polio vaccine was introduced, we have seen a dramatic reduction in the number of polio cases. And people still remember the time in 1952 where the entire section of hospitals were dedicated to just polio. And till the polio vaccine was developed in 1952. In 1960, an oral version of the polio vaccine was emerged. These vaccines changed the course of history, dramatically reducing polio cases worldwide and leading to its eradication in Canada. Measles is another one. Throughout this summer and last year, you have seen, I don't know, Pam would remember, how many measles cases did we have here in the community, but we had a huge number of measles cases in Canada and in Saskatchewan, and especially Canada was leading the entire North American continent in terms of the number of cases. We have like thousands and thousands of measles cases. The reason was just one. The reason was that we have a tremendous global travel. People can, from China or from anywhere in the world, can be in Vancouver in no time. And there are countries still that they have not eradicated or eliminated measles. So the global travel and people coming from low vaccinated countries to higher to lower, that influx of people going back and forth actually reintroduce measles to Canada, and we had a good immunization coverage rates for measles, and that is still the reason that we did not get impacted as Mexico and other countries were impacted. But I think measles is the most recent example after COVID that vaccine played a major role, and I think it's highly effective vaccine. And if you have 2 doses of measles as a childhood vaccine, or you got it some other ways, certainly you are covered, you are protected, and you do not first get measles, but if you get it, you don't get that severe impacts of measles cases. So I think polio, measles, COVID vaccine, many vaccines are a very good example of how vaccine has worked in the past and now. Coming to the next slide about the immunization recommendation. Immunization for all ages. Yesterday, some of you, if you watched the news, CBC, CTV, Global, on Monday, was it Monday? Tuesday. Tuesday, we had a big immunization promotion event in Regina. So Dr. Shahab, the Chief Medical Health Officer of the province, myself, Dr. Tanya Diener, and we had one of our colleagues from NITA joining us in Regina. And it was just a big promotion event. We all got vaccine that day on both arms. And really, that is the way to go, that we promote vaccine and really protect the vulnerable population around us and ourselves as well. So I think some of those messages, you got it. It provides you lifelong immunization. There is adult TDAP boosters. There is a travel vaccination available if you're traveling to an area where there is certain diseases happening. And of course, senior shingle protection. So vaccines are available for all age group. You just need to request for that. The next slide is about understanding immunization. We do know that people have some specific concerns or questions. about the side effects, about immunization necessity for my child to be healthy, effectiveness of vaccine, religious and philosophical reasons, access, acceptance, and availability. We have a really good answer for that, and the answer is that from the 2017 Childhood National Immunization Coverage Survey. And I just want to repeat a couple of the results, findings from that. The report from that 2017 was published in 2022. There are still common consideration and concern heard. Vaccines are unique because we get them when we are healthy to prevent illness before it happens. That means their benefits aren't always easy to see right away. Unlike treatments such as antibiotic, which can make you feel better in days, vaccines work quietly in the background. They protect not only you, but also your family, your community, helping prevent serious illness and saving lives. Even if we can't point to exactly where would we have been affected without them. Many of the diseases we vaccinate against are now less common or rare in Canada, thankful to successful immunization programs, because we don't see them often. People may feel they are no longer at risk. But if fewer people can get vaccinated, these diseases can return and spread quickly, just as we are seeing with the measles. And of course, for us, in Indigenous community, cultural consideration and trust in healthcare is very, very important. It's important to recognize that cultural factors can influence vaccine decisions. Ongoing systemic racism in healthcare can create hesitancy if people do not feel they have safe, respectful space to receive care. First Nation, Inuit, Métis community, the historical and the ongoing impacts of colonization have understandably created mistrust towards the government and health system. This makes it especially important to work directly with communities, ensuring vaccine programs are community-led, culturally safe, and delivered by a trusted source. Reasons for having their child vaccinated despite initial reluctance included advice from a doctor or healthcare professional to protect him or her from a disease, benefit outweigh risks, needed for a daycare or school entry, advice from a friend and family members. Vaccine hesitancy isn't just for or against vaccine, it exists on a spectrum. On one end, some people accept all vaccine, even if they still have questions. On the other hand, some refuse all vaccine, even while feeling uncertain. In between, people say accept some vaccine, but not others, delay getting certain vaccine, refuse a specific vaccine, while generally supporting vaccination. For example, someone might choose to skip one vaccine, but still get others, and decide to wait before receiving a vaccine, even if it's already available. Vaccine hesitancy can look different from person to person and can also change over time as people learn more, think differently, or have new experience with vaccine. So some of these perspectives are really important for people to know. For the next, we have another nice video. Hope it works like the last one.
Vaccination side effects explained. After vaccination, your child's body develops an immune response that helps protect against infection and severe disease. However, for a few hours or days, you may notice some common temporary side effects like mild pain, swelling, or redness at the spot where the vaccine was given, mild fever, fussiness, sleepier than usual. The injection into the muscle can lead to temporary inflammation, which can cause mild pain in the area. The other side effects, like fever, occur as the body is developing an immune response to the vaccine. Very rarely, an allergic reaction may occur, usually shortly after vaccination, which is why you may be asked to stay at the clinic for about 15 minutes after the vaccination. Signs of a serious allergic reaction include difficulty breathing, swelling around face, tongue, or throat, or hives on the skin. If these develop, seek medical attention right away. Remember that an allergic reaction is very rare. Mild side effects are more common, but they are temporary and will go away on their own within a few days. To find out more, visit canada.ca/childhood-vaccines.
Thank you so much. I'm told I have 5 minutes, although I have 1 hour of presentation left still, but I will just get to the key questions. We got some key questions and some key concerns. I would really love to address that because I think it's important we are in this flu season, and it's important that we address people's concern. So one, Laura, if you can go to slide number 16. I just want to address some of those key questions, and then we're going to go for lunch. So this is like one of the biggest concern, and this has been rejected, refuted widely, globally, around the world. There was this doctor in 1988 who falsely claimed, and that study was not at all the right study, and also didn't have a solid proof that there is a link between autism and vaccine, and especially people refer that to the MMR vaccine quite a lot. But I just wanted to say that publicly here, that this is been rejected, this is false, there is no solid link whatsoever with vaccine of all sort or autism. So I would like to say that, and then if we can there are a lot of myths that I want to leave some clarity on. So one, I cleared up fire already. MMR vaccine does not cause autism. Hepatitis B vaccine does not cause multiple sclerosis. The influenza vaccine does not give a person the seasonal flu. Childhood vaccine do not increase the risk of asthma. And vaccine do not cause sudden infant death syndrome. So I just wanted to leave that with you. A couple of other key questions we got. You guys would remember we heard one term a lot in the pandemic, and that was the herd immunity. That you heard that a lot from me and from different sort of press, that herd immunity, community immunity, that is very important here. And you can get that when everybody in the community is vaccinated, that like 95% and above people, like for example in Onion Lake, if 95% people are vaccinated, none of these diseases would ever enter your population or your community. So that is that herd immunity, that hybrid immunity that we need to achieve. And I think we are getting there, but I think we need to do more this particular season, that everybody get their flu vaccine, everybody get their COVID vaccine, and all the children are vaccinated. Second would be the information about the COVID and the flu vaccine has already been shared with Pam, and the nurses should have that all information. So any parent, any elderly, any child, any pregnant mom coming to the clinic, that information is there. You can ask your question, and the more you ask your question, the better it is, so that you can get your answer. So the flu and the COVID vaccine are available, and please encourage your family. With the COVID and the flu vaccine, you reduce hospitalization, severe complication, and you just protect yourself, protect your family, and protect your community, and you're not going to see. There were a couple of other key things I wanted to share with you, and that was that people ask this question, where should we go to get the information on the most authentic, scientific, accurate information? Because if you're listening to American news, that's not good. There are a lot of bad news coming from that side, and we are worried that that people in Canada and in every province, in every Indigenous community at least know where to go for accurate information. So for that, I would suggest strongly that Saskatchewan Health Authority, Public Health Agency of Canada, Health Canada, all accurate information. And you can get information from us, and then Pam and Albert can put that on the Facebook here in the community, so that you have access to the right information and no misinformation, no disinformation, and no like rumors circulating. Can or should my baby receive so many immunization all at once? This is the very common question that comes. Yes, the answer is yes. Infants and children have similar immune responses, whether vaccines are given at the same time or at different visit. Should my baby receive one vaccine protecting against many diseases? The answer is yes. Protect the child against more than one disease with a single immunization. Then, given that giving an infant multiple vaccine cannot overwhelm her or his immune system. So just wanted to say that vaccine use only a tiny proportion of the immune system ability to respond. In theory, a child could respond to 10,000 vaccine. Using this estimate, 11 vaccine would use up only 0.1% of an infant immune system. So please don't worry about that giving many vaccine would overwhelm my child immune system. So there's a lot of information and capacity on that. I think I have a lot to say, but I'm getting some vibe here that I should stop. So
I
I'll
got
just stop.
questions.
Yeah, sure. So thank you, Laura. We perhaps would leave some of those slides to Pam, and Pam can just share with everybody.
Thank you, sir. I have a few questions. Can you tell us why it is very important to have the flu shot every year?
So there is a big watch on the flu vaccine and the flu virus. So one part of the world see the flu season earlier than us, like in Canada, and that is like the Australian and that sort of continent. They see flu season earlier than us. So World Health Organization keep a watch on which viruses are causing the flu season or causing more severity or hospitalization. So they watch the flu virus very closely. So we're lucky we get that heads up from that side of the world. So when they have their flu season, we kind of know what works, what doesn't work. So then the World Health Organization come up with a match of vaccine for those viruses that are circulating. So the reason we have to get every year a flu or COVID vaccine is because the viruses are changing. So the flu vaccine that you're going to get this season is matched with those viruses that are circulating. That's why it's important that your immunity is matching the virus that is circulating, so that it can protect yourself. So that's why it's important that you do not ever think that, oh, I got it 5 years ago and I'm good. No, that's wrong. That vaccine was for that particular year. For this year, you have to get this year vaccine, which is matching the circulating virus. So that's why.
Thank you. Another one. A lot of people say they get sick from getting vaccines. Is that true?
I got yesterday 2 vaccines on both arms. Apart from just mild sore arm, I did not have any sort of side effects or reaction. Majority of the people are like that. Just sore arm, maybe a little bit fatigue or fever, and those sort of feelings you will get, for which you can use Tylenol. I'm going against the President Trump here, but you can use Tylenol if you wish. But other than that, we have not seen any major or cluster of people getting severe side effects from flu or COVID vaccine currently.
All right, thank you. One more question before I open the floor here. How come we have to pay for some vaccines, like the shingles vaccine? Why do we have to pay for that?
Unfortunately, some of these vaccines are not part of the publicly funded vaccine, but there is always a way that you talk to your doctor and whoever you are seeing, and talk about it. If you are at the risk group and you need that vaccine to protect yourself, your age, your unique condition, then you can certainly talk to your doctor, and the doctor can explore the system for you, how you can get that vaccine. So it is available to protect people. It's not part of yet the publicly funded vaccine, but I think there will be ways that your doctor or your care provider can explore the system for you. If you are in the indigenous community or not, I think there will be a way to explore the system for you, but unfortunately, these are not yet part of the publicly, like the way COVID, flu, and other childhood vaccines are available. It's not part of that yet.
All right, thank you. Okay, I'll open up the floor. Questions? Do we have a mic opener? All right.
Hi, I have a question about the RSV vaccine. We're having a few babies come home and they're being vaccinated post-birth, whereas before it was only, like there was a lot of rules and regulation of who can get that. So is that the same vaccine?
Okay, good question. And Laura had put a couple of really nice slides on that. So once this meeting is over, you can ask Pam to give you the presentation. So there are a couple of slides on the RSV particularly, because that is something new for this flu season. So what happened is that RSV does impact young children, newborn children, and now elderly. So for those babies, from October 1st, SHA introduced this new, it's not a vaccine, it's an antibody, monoclonal antibody sort of product. So babies who are born from October 1st to March 31st, those babies that are born in hospitals, there are three hospitals identified in Saskatchewan, babies born in those hospitals and fulfilling the risk criteria would get that antibody before they are discharged to the community. So not every mom end up in those three hospitals. Not everybody get to those hospitals. So we are working with SHA that there is a kind of parallel sort of process that mothers or prenatals who are giving birth to a baby outside those three hospitals have access to that product. So there will be a way, Pam would give you that information, and Laura and Pam can talk about that how those moms that have missed that opportunity while being there, this actually started October 1st. So if you are concerned about a prenatal or a mom that is high risk or would have a high risk baby, those moms can be flagged and they will get that product. So there is a process for that. There was a slide, so you ask him why he didn't let me present.
It was Pam.
Okay.
Talk to her.
Yes, okay. Sure.
Okay, any more questions? All right.
Hi. Oh, sorry. I just wanted to know, like, as a man of your stature, with the knowledge that you do carry, is there some vaccines that we should, stay clear from, or, not being in the Indigenous community, because the whole world itself is a big community, right? So are there some vaccines that we should steer clear from? Are there some vaccines that we should, like, worry about, or, personally?
Yeah. I can tell you that as a doctor, I can tell you as a friend or as a community member that all the vaccines that are in the basket currently, when you go to Pam's office and there's a bunch of vaccines available that to be given to people with different age groups, with different condition or risk categories, all those vaccines went through those 6-7 rigorous process of safety. So there is nothing that I can tell you that, okay, get this vaccine, don't get that vaccine. All vaccines that are currently recommended are all safe. So that's my one advice or recommendation, that do not worry. If you have a specific question about any vaccine you or your family member or your child is getting, ask that question. And Pam and the team is amazing in terms of responding to this question, but if the question can come to me, I will certainly help with that. But all vaccines that are currently in the basket to be given to different age groups are safe. So please trust that, and it protects you in a very nice way, proactively, rather than you getting the disease and developing immunity and getting through the complication and hospitalization. Why not get that vaccine quietly and have the immunity show up and protect you and others from those infections? So all vaccines are safe. Thank you.
Any more questions on the floor? All right, well, with that, thank you very much, sir. Dr. Khan, you'll be here for a little bit too.
Yes. We have another presentation after lunch.
Oh. And also
I hope I have more time for that, okay?
Right on. And also we will be offering flu shots at the health center today and every day, or here? Oh, here, okay. we have vaccines, flu shots here in the building, if anybody wants one. So for now, give it up for Dr. Khan and Laura. He'll be here to answer more questions. Just go bother him. Where are you going to be? Right here? Or okay. All right. He'll be in a building. So, all right. So if lunch is ready, Ellie. All right. Okay, in about 10 minutes, lunch will be ready. So if you guys want to take a little break, I'll talk to the public live on TV here. So I'd like to invite whoever's watching live on Facebook or wherever, come on down. We have a lot of door prizes to give away. And if you come now, you can have lunch. What are we having? Vanessa, what's our main course here? What do we have? Beef stew? All right, we got wraps and salad. Soup and all good stuff here. So, yep. So yeah, come on down. Come win some door prizes and come learn about our health in Onion Lake. Yeah, a lot of papers here. Thank you. All right, so who should I hand the mic to? Laura? All right, okay, well, here we go. Take it away, Laura. STIs.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good, that was a good check that it was on. I tend to walk around when I present, so I'm going to stand. And I'll get this thing started. You'll trade me? Oh, yeah, we're trading. Okay. But I like that one. I'm here this afternoon to talk about STBBIs. That's the short lingo we use for sexually transmitted and bloodborne infections. So basically, I get to talk about sex. It's always a fun time. Go ahead. Next. So what I will do today is talk about what are the sexually transmitted and bloodborne infections, some specific details to see if you know if you have one or not, how to prevent them, how to test for them, which is where Dr. Khan will add his words, and then we'll be here to answer questions for you if you have any. Next. So what is an STBBI? It's an infection that's passed from one person to another person, either by having sex, or sometimes it's even skin-to-skin contact, or through blood. So these infections you'll find are either bacterial, viral, or parasitical, and sometimes it's just getting close to someone that might transmit them, and sometimes it's actually actions. Go ahead. So this is a list of all the current sexually transmitted and bloodborne infections that we will be talking about today. Gonorrhea, syphilis, chlamydia, hepatitis A, no, not A, B, C, HIV, genital herpes, genital warts, pubic lice, scabies, trichomonias, candidiasis, and bacterial vaginosis. Lots of big words, just things that make you itchy and twitchy. So I'm going to start with the bacterial infections. So that includes chlamydia and gonorrhea on this slide. Now these infections can be, most people, 80% of people, if you have it, you won't even know. It's the other 20% people that might get some symptoms. And some of those symptoms can be a discharge. So when we say a discharge, well, what are you talking about, Laura? It's a fluid that isn't right or not coming from the right spot in your body. It can be clear or a milky color, and usually from the vagina or the urethra. Some people might experience painful urination. It hurts to pee. Sometimes it's painful sex or intercourse. And sometimes, depending on how long the infection's been there, you might get abdominal pain. And usually we say that's kind of in your groin or across your tummy, and that's what might be uncomfortable. If for some reason there is the chance that the infection can get in your eyes and in your throat, and we'll get into some of that. This one is definitely usually passed through sex, but can be passed to a baby being born. So if the mom is infected with chlamydia or gonorrhea and baby is born through the vagina, there's a risk that that baby could get infected in their throat or eyes. Depending on the type of intercourse or sex that you're having, whether it's oral, anal, or vaginal, those are where those infections can be. Actually, I could go back. There we go, thanks. I was talking about abdominal pain, or we call it pelvic inflammatory disease in women. And what will happen is if a woman experiences this, there's a chance that it could damage her ovaries or her uterus, and therefore prevent her from having children in the future. So it's really important that if you have an infection, to be tested and treated for it right away so that we prevent any damage to the future. Like I said, it could be affected, it can cause infection in babies, ectopic pregnancy, when that infection or the fallopian tubes where the egg travels from the ovary to the uterus becomes inflamed. And a pregnancy, if it occurs there, that isn't a baby that's viable or able to live. So infection prevents that whole flow. And then sometimes you'll see rashes and sore joints. So that is chlamydia, but also gonorrhea. The only difference with gonorrhea is that the discharge, or that substance that comes out, is usually a yellow-green color as opposed to a milky clear color. Again, the symptoms are very much the same. Most people won't know they have an infection. 20% will. And if it's not treated right away, it can cause some long-term problems. Okay, next one. So then one of the other bacterial infections with what everybody seems to be talking about the last couple of years is syphilis. Now, syphilis is a special bacteria. We call it a sparrow sheet. So it's kind of got a twirly, corkscrew-like look of it when it's under a microscope. And because of the type of bacteria it is, once it's been in your body for a while, it can kind of work its way and corkscrew into some of your vital organs like your kidneys, your heart, your liver, and your brain. So there's different levels of infection, and I'm just going to go through a few quick ideas about that. So syphilis has always been called the great pretender because it can look like a lot of other things. It can look like a rash on your hands and on your feet. It's transmitted through unprotected sex. And if you become in direct contact with the sores, so syphilis will actually cause, when it first infects a person, what we call is a chancre. And a chancre is just a round sore that isn't painful to touch. So again, you may not know you have it, depending on if it's in places you don't look every day, between your legs or in your vagina. But even touching it could transfer the bacteria. Like I said, signs and symptoms for the first 3 days to 3 months, it's that chancre. Then it works into a rash, could be hair loss, warts that aren't what we call HPV or human papillomavirus, to an early latent step when the sores can reappear. So the rash and the sores might go away for a while, but then if they come back, It's a different stage of this infection. And then late latent, so anytime a year or longer. If you are in a late latent stage, you can still be treated, but there sometimes can be damage to your organs. If it's not treated, damage can be caused to the brain and your heart and kidneys, like I said, and eventually cause death. If an infant has syphilis, so if a mom is pregnant and she's infected when she's pregnant, the baby may have congenital syphilis, and that bacteria actually affects the growth and development of that infant. Sometimes the mom will not be able to carry that pregnancy to term. She may miscarry or have a stillbirth, or baby may have problems once it's born. So for the most part, up until that point, moms can be treated and they will have healthy children. Next. So how do we treat bacterial infections? So these three, gonorrhea, chlamydia, and syphilis, are all treated with an antibiotic. And there's specific antibiotics that treat each of them. For syphilis, it's penicillin. So if you get syphilis, you can be treated with penicillin and be cured. With gonorrhea and chlamydia, there are some different antibiotics. One's azithromycin, so one you may have taken for a cold or a chest infection at some point, and another is ceftriaxone. Again, maybe a medication you took for some other type of infection, but the dosage and concentration kills these bacteria and you will be cured. They won't be there anymore. Syphilis, because it's a penicillin injection, you usually end up with a needle in both butt cheeks. So maybe not something you really want, but those needles will cure the disease and you'll be able to go on and have a healthy life. Depending on if you're pregnant, we usually give you extra because we want to make sure that infection's cleared your body. And if you've had it a long time, that sometimes you end up having to have 3 injections over a course of a week at a time. But needless to say, if you are diagnosed, if you're tested, diagnosed, the treatment that will be given to you is appropriate, and the health nurse or the physician that's giving it to you will know exactly what they need to give you. With that, though, if you've been treated, we ask that you abstain from having any unprotected sexual intercourse or connections so that medication's allowed to work and kill that bacteria. Okay, so those are the bacterias. Now we get to the little viruses. So a virus, again, is something like the common cold or COVID. So we all know what viruses are. Well, these 5 diseases are all viral infections. So hepatitis B and C, HIV, human immunodeficiency virus, herpes, and genital warts. The hepatitis diseases affect the liver and can cause cirrhosis, make your skin all yellow, and could cause cancer of the liver eventually if they're not treated. Many people clear these infections on their own, but there's also treatment now for hepatitis C. HIV, some of you may be familiar with that, some not. It affects your immune system. So this is a virus that goes in and it destroys your immune system so that you can't fight off infections. Herpes. Anyone know what a cold sore is? Okay, so a cold sore is a herpes infection, but if you get it in your genitals, that's where it ends up being really quite uncomfortable and painful. Herpes in the genital area can reoccur frequently, and antiviral medications are needed to help combat that. And then genital warts. These are cauliflower-like bumps that you will find on your genitals. We're going to get into the next slides. We'll describe these a little bit more. So hepatitis B, we've been seeing more cases over time. Again, they're transmitted by blood or body fluids. We do have a vaccine. Most children in grade 6, if they're part of the school program, will get hepatitis B vaccine, and the 2 doses they get will actually give them almost lifelong protection. So it's a great way to prevent that. Pass through blood and sex and can be passed on to the fetus. Most people will get through the disease on their own, but there are some that won't, and so it's better to be vaccinated if you can, and at least find out if you need any treatment if it does come your way. Few people get symptoms. They might get the flu-like symptoms for a day or two, but they usually don't really know you got hepatitis. And if you do get those flu-like symptoms like I was talking about, achy joints, nausea, vomiting, all the usual symptoms our bodies do when they don't like something going on. Next, please. So hepatitis C. Hepatitis B, like I said, most people will clear it. They'll get through it. They might be sick for even 2-3 months, but they'll get better. Hepatitis C tends to stick around a little longer. What we are finding is that it's transmitted through blood, and we've seen it through injection drug use of sharing needles or equipment. So anything that blood, hepatitis C can stay alive in blood for a longer time. So if the blood is even somewhat dried, and for some reason, whether it's sharing a needle or, as another example, cutting yourself on a razor that someone else who had hepatitis C had, that could transfer it. We do have high numbers in Saskatchewan. Most have no symptoms. Most people probably wouldn't even know they have hepatitis C other than feeling kind of tired and achy. But there's also abdominal pain, nausea, and vomiting. It's these wonderful symptoms that seem to indicate something all the time, but you never know all the time. You have to think about what you've been doing that might put you at risk for them. Is it curable? What we're finding now is that, yes, it is. There are medications now, and with good follow-up with your infectious disease doctor, this is curable. You can actually get better from it and not have it for life. Next one. Human immunodeficiency virus, HIV. When I was first a nurse 100 years ago, it seems, HIV seemed to be a death sentence, and it is not anymore. It has become a chronic condition. We have medications that can keep you healthy by lowering the rate of infection in your body. So again, this is transmitted by blood and body fluids. So sex, use of drugs, mom to infant. So if a mom's infected with HIV, becomes pregnant, she can transmit it to her infant. Like I said, there's medications, and if taking them, there's a point where you're not even at risk for transmitting at all. So if the virus is undetectable in your blood, then you can't share the virus. Some of the early symptoms, so these are going to sound like some other things going on: fever, swollen glands, lymph nodes, rash, muscle aches, headaches, stiffness. So again, lots of symptoms, but if you have those symptoms, you don't necessarily have HIV. You have to think about what are the things that have been going on and what have you been doing that maybe put you at risk. The main message, as we're saying, is HIV is still very serious and it can cause death, but is much more manageable these days, and the medications can prevent long-term health issues. So it's become a chronic disease, which is really good to see and much more manageable. Next. Genital herpes. I talked a little bit about this about 2 minutes ago. They're painful blisters. So it's like you know what a blister looks like when your shoe rubs on it, but these would be small ones, but they'd be sore and painful. Your skin would be sore to touch and red. Sometimes they'll last for about a week. It's best not to pick at them. It's better that they dry out. And people can have them a few times in a year. What you'll see is, especially with genital herpes, is that when you're under stress or you've been sick for a while, sometimes they'll flare up. Again, antivirals will help protect and decrease the symptoms, but this one can't be cured. Genital warts, HPV. When Dr. Khan did his presentation this morning, one of the first slides was vaccines prevent cancer, immunization prevents cancer. This is the one, human papillomavirus. It's a vaccine that prevents against genital warts and other types of cancer. It is usually in about that grade 6 age again too, and okay, it's been a while since I did it. I don't know if it's 2 or 3 doses, but the children are vaccinated, and it prevents, one, from them getting the warts, but also from if they happen to be exposed, giving them to someone else. There are over 100 types of HPV. They've all got numbers from, I don't know, 1 to 100 and whatever. The vaccines protect against many of them. And I'm not sure which vaccine we're using now, so I'm not even going to quote if it's 6, 8, or 12. But anyways, the types of cancer it's linked to are the vagina, the vulva, the anus, penis, head, and neck. So there's cancers in all parts of our bodies that this vaccine will actually prevent. Again, it's passed through oral, vaginal, and anal sex with an infected partner. And it could be passed on to an infant if that baby is born to a woman who has genital warts. A lot of times there's no real symptoms other than a cauliflower-like wart or bump in the area. And some of these can be taken off with like an acid or liquid nitrogen. Sometimes the doctors will use to treat them. So there's different ways to kind of get rid of them, but they still don't really go away. The vaccine is a great way to do that prevention again, so that you don't even get it in the first place. Next. So there's a few other of these diseases I had talked about, and some of them aren't really diseases, because pubic lice and scabies aren't diseases. They're pesky little bugs called parasites. The others are different types of infections. Next, please. So pubic lice. These are tiny crab-like insects that nest in pubic hair or in hair along the body. So hair on legs, sometimes hair under arms. They're transmitted through intimate contact, but can also be found in clothing and bed sheets. So I remember a couple of times where I have a younger, in this case it was a man, young man come in and he's like, well, I haven't been with anybody. Why have I got these pubic lice? Well, he slept in his brother's bed, and apparently his brother had pubic lice. So they hung out in the sheets and caught on to the next human being that was warm and had blood in them to suck. Pubic lice and then scabies as well are another. They burrow under the skin. Sometimes we see scabies in kids. It gets under in their wrists or in their elbows. But it can also be in genital areas too. And again, it's that close-to-close contact. So I'll let you guys imagine, I'm not gonna lead it, but people together, intimately, no clothes on, or little bugs running around, jump onto the next warm human, and they work their way in. Both of these are treatable. There's special medication and shampoo that can be used, and they go away. Also, good laundry is always a good thing. Are you helping me? Good job. So trichomonias is a microscopic infection that's usually more of an overgrowth of bacteria in the vagina. So some people who maybe are having sex frequently and their body's not naturally cleansing itself will sometimes develop an infection in the vagina. It can be a yellow greenish discharge, sometimes frothy, really gross. Anyways, the other thing with this one of the classic signs is a fishy smell. But it is treated and cured with Flagyl, which is its common name. So this metronidazole. Next one. Okay, yeast and bacterial vaginosis. Yeast. Many women in this room, whether they want to admit it or not, understand a yeast infection. It tends to be an overgrowth of natural growing, bacteria and fungi in our bodies that if we're on antibiotics, sometimes birth control medication, and sometimes having sex, this overgrows and causes an infection. So it makes that vaginal and pubic area very itchy, uncomfortable. Sometimes it can be painful when you pee. Again, this is treatable, and best you can talk to a pharmacist about treatment or your physician or the nurses. And then again, bacterial vaginosis. Men don't get this, which is a good thing. but it's an imbalance of the bacteria in the vagina. And again, it's just something that's treatable and easily managed. With the yeast, I will comment that I talk about it for women, but men can also get a yeast infection, especially on the penis. Sometimes it's a dry, red, itchy area, and the treatment is very similar. It's that lovely Canesten cream or antifungal cream that we can get at the pharmacy. Next. So prevention. How do we prevent all these icky things from happening? We want to have fun, but we don't want the icky things to follow. So talking to your partner. Have you had any infections before? Have you ever been tested for a sexually transmitted infection? Have you had any blisters in your genital area? Have you, just asking the questions. And it's maybe not the conversation you want to have right at that moment, but think about having that conversation before you become sexually active with someone. Do you use condoms or dental dams? Are these available to you? I'm sure the health center probably has some kicking around, your pharmacy and other places where they're available. Use protection is what that is. Getting tested regularly. So if you are going to be sexually active or put yourself at risk in whatever activity you're doing, I'm a believer that if you're going to be active, you got to be responsible. So get tested. If you have a new partner, might be a good idea to get tested before or after. If you've been with a partner for a while and not sure if some of these diseases take a little time to develop, get tested. It's always not an easy conversation to have, but it's a way of being responsible for your health of your whole body. And then waiting. That maybe if you can't have the conversation about, do you have a disease? Or would you use a condom? Or want to get tested? Maybe then it's best to wait before you become active or do things that put yourself at greater risk. Okay, Dr. Khan's going to talk about testing.
Thank you, Laura. I have 5 slides. So testing is an extremely important element of response to STBBIs. You guys would know the KYS logo or slogan, Know Your Status program started in some of our Central First Nations communities. The basic idea was you would never know if you would not get tested. So testing is really, really important part of this conversation that Laura was talking about. And if you don't test, you would not know, and the disease would keep spreading from you to others, from mother to baby, and testing is really important in that regard. Here in Onion Lake Cree Nation, I think testing is available. Testing for HIV, hepatitis B, C, syphilis is available, is done through taking a tube of blood from your arm. And there is also a finger prick test called dry blood spot that you can use. Also, there is a rapid test for HIV and syphilis. For chlamydia, gonorrhea, we test urine. Syphilis, chlamydia, gonorrhea can also be tested by swabbing the affected area. So basically, you can go to your nurse practitioner here, your doctor, and ask for testing. And as Laura mentioned, if people have high-risk lifestyle, before the start of a new relationship, I think it's really recommended that you get tested. And when you test, there are some really good ideas. For public health purposes, population health, we have medical directives. PAM has those medical directives. So anybody that perhaps doesn't have a doctor or want to do community-wide testing, I think those approaches, those processes are available. So we have the medical directive for that reason, that nurses can test under our name for some of these STBBIs. And your team is the best at it. Your team has a lot of successes here in terms of testing and finding out, and a lot of awareness on that. when we test always, some of these diseases have a lot of stigma attached to it, so we need to be careful that there is no stigma to some of these things. And we do everything possible to destigmatize testing in the community for STBBI. It's really, really important. People just don't come forward. They don't feel comfortable. There's a lot of concern about privacy and stuff. So there are really ways you will be tested. Only your doctor, your nurse would know. Nobody else would know. So privacy is 100% ensured if you are tested here. So really keep that in mind. Next slide is about STBBI tests conducted in and near First Nation. This data is for 2024, obviously telling. We have lots of STIs in the communities, and I think we need to do everything possible to test, prevent, and manage those situations. So in 2024, syphilis was the most tested STBBI in and near First Nations communities. And you can see the numbers. Same was chlamydia, gonorrhea, followed by closely like 11,000 tests conducted in 2024. There were 11,000 HIV tests conducted in 2024. So I think the testing numbers are good, but it can be better. And we need to test more. So event like this really helps increase that awareness that people can understand the severity and the importance of testing, and that testing is available. Most of the people don't have a family doctor, like in Regina, in big cities, not everybody has a family doctor. So I think there are ways public health do some of these tests just to stop the spread of some of these diseases. Next slide. This slide is about syphilis among pregnant females and newborns in First Nations communities in Saskatchewan. The data is from 2020 to 2024. Syphilis, as Laura mentioned, is a big health issue in our communities in Saskatchewan. And nurses are the key pillars for the response, our case management in that. And your team is the best here in terms of dealing with syphilis. Checking prenatals and getting them tested, having them all the immunization they need during their pregnancy, I think is a struggle everywhere, but I think the community is doing a great job on that. Some of these syphilis cases or HIV cases, STBBI cases are extremely complex, and Pam and her team can tell you stories of cases that are heavily transient and very complex, and keep repeatedly infected. So I think there's a lot of high-risk lifestyle, and we need to test as frequently as we can and prevent from babies getting born with congenital syphilis. And some of these numbers will tell you that we have that as a problem, that a lot of pregnant moms would miss those testing, and can certainly be prevented if we do test and give them that support or counseling or protection they need. When syphilis cases peaked in 2022, 1 out of 5 female cases were diagnosed during pregnancy. This led to a significant rise in congenital syphilis and syphilitic stillbirth. Although these numbers have since declined, the goal remains to eliminate congenital syphilis cases and syphilitic stillbirth. Continued early testing and timely treatment during pregnancy are essential to achieving that care. I think the last slide is about the STBBI rates per 100,000 population in First Nations communities from 2018 to 2024. Again, you will see chlamydia is the top, gonorrhea, infectious syphilis, and hepatitis C. And the number are still quite alarmingly high. Even if you go low or stabilize, the numbers for Saskatchewan compared to other provinces are still very high, and we need to do everything possible to have more awareness in the program. STBBI program here is extremely robust and have a very good outreach, and you have a very good harm reduction programs and stuff like that. So I think everybody who is in maternal child health program, harm reduction program, STBBI program, CDC programs can really play their role and provide that education awareness about chlamydia, gonorrhea, STI, and some of these prevention tips that Laura mentioned in her slides are really, really important. So I think that's an area that will be in focus for all of us in the coming months and years. And I think as we are entering into a new season, I think it's a good idea to talk to people. And if you have questions and concerns, please do bring them forward and explore them with your nurse here. Especially, I'm hearing that there is a lot of vulnerable population and people who are doesn't have a stable housing. So certainly those people and having high-risk lifestyle certainly would be good to have an outreach for that. I think in summary, there are many infections we could get by having intimate physical contact and sex. Our romantic and intimate lives are important, and we want to keep them problem-free, so we all need to think about how we can prevent ourselves from getting these infections. And if we do notice some signs or symptoms, we should see a doctor or nurse right away to get tested. Some of these numbers that we showed to you in the earlier presentation and this presentation were part of the health status report. So we did share the health status report with Pam and Albert. That report has very good condensed information on STBBI, STIs, immunization. It has also a lot of good information about COVID and housing and many really important things. So please do get that copy for yourself and for your program and for your decision making, that you have that report with you. Other than that, from Laura and myself, we are extremely grateful that you allowed us to talk about some of these sensitive issues. And we are open to support, we are open to ideas how we can support your programs and services better. And events like this certainly promote more awareness and bringing elders and young people together that they can hear and talk about some of these sensitive topics that you perhaps cannot talk in every meeting. So I think that's great that you were able to put vaccine hesitancy and immunization on the agenda and STBBI, so we really appreciate that. And I think there can be more sort of session like this to educate and inform our elders and other age groups that are at risk. Thank you so much. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khan and Laura. Before we might have some questions, but I'll get Brandy to say a few words here.
Hi everyone, so I just want to introduce myself. My name's Brandy Jimmy. I'm one of the sexual health nurses here in the Onion Lake Health Center. I want to thank Dr. Khan and Laura for coming out and doing the presentation. I was a little too shy to do it in front of everyone, so thank you guys for coming and doing this. But I just wanted you guys to see my face and to know my name because here at our clinic we have a dedicated team to sexual health and harm reduction. So there's myself and then another registered nurse. Her name is Tammy Pitch. She's not here today. And then we also have a harm reduction nurse. She's sitting at the back here. Her name is Tracy Zeleny. So all three of us work everything STBBIs. So under Dr. Khan's directive, we can test for HIV, hepatitis B, C, syphilis, and chlamydia and gonorrhea. So you don't need to see a doctor or a nurse practitioner for that. We can test you for all of that, and we can give you treatment for all of that as well. You don't need to go get a prescription from anyone. We keep the medication with us in the office, and we can give it to you at the clinic. There are things like bacterial vaginosis, trichomonas, herpes, that we can't test under Dr. Khan for, but we can get orders from a doctor or a nurse practitioner, and we can test you guys for that as well. And then we can get a prescription through the doctor and nurse practitioner if you guys need treatment for that as well. So we do walk-ins. You don't need to book an appointment if you just show up at the clinic and you need to be seen right away. We do prefer appointments. If you give us a call and give us a heads up that you're going to come, then we can be a little bit prepared. But if you do need to do a walk-in, you can always do that as well. And I'll give the microphone back in case there's any questions.
All right, thank you, Brandy. Thank you for that information. So, any questions on the floor on STIs? Don't be shy. All right then. Astam, Brandy. And like I said, prevention, we do supply condoms at the health center, all different sizes, small, medium, large, and extra large. So you have a choice. Thank you.
Also, I forgot to mention that if you are having trouble getting into the clinic and you really want testing or you need treatment for an STI, I also do outreach. So I can go do a home visit. I can come to you. I can draw the blood in the vehicle. We do need to be near a bathroom because if we want to test for chlamydia or gonorrhea, I need you to go to the bathroom and get me a urine sample. But then I can give you the antibiotics if you need it in the vehicle. All appointments are confidential. No, not you. All appointments are confidential, which means that your appointment, your information stays between you and the nurse that you are talking to. If we need to refer you to a doctor, then also the doctor will have your information as well, but all of the appointments are confidential. And we have some gifts here for you guys for coming out.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. I'm glad you did that. That was great. That was great.
Thank you very much. So give it up to Dr. Khan and Laura. Now they got to drive all the way back to Regina. So thank you for coming to Onion Lake and presenting. Good information. Hey, thank you very much. They'll be around for a few minutes just in case you have a question. So you'll stick around for about 5-10 minutes? All right. So we'll give you that. So for now, before we get to the last presenter, I'll give you guys another break. So don't be talk. Have some fresh air. And we'll see you back here in 10 minutes. I'll introduce her as soon as I see her. I don't know how she looks. All right. So, for all the people that showed up this afternoon, thank you for coming to our forum. Me personally, I think this was a good forum. Lots of good information we heard. And the first day was not bad, but we were live, so we don't know how many people out there were listening to us live. Today was nice because we had people actually come to the hall, and they're still here. Thank you. Thank you for coming and staying. So with that, I would like to introduce our next presenter. Her name is Patricia Skalicki, dental health educator for Northern Population Health Unit, Sask Health Authority. And give it up for her. She drove all the way from Laurent, Saskatchewan.
Thank you, everybody. My friends here, the Keeners in the front row, thanks. And I just took a little pee break. I went to the washroom. Thankfully, you guys put a little picture on the door on which one's ladies and men's, because there's a Cree word on there that I don't know. So thank you. So I'm Patricia, and I am from La Ronge. So I work for the Population Health Unit, Saskatchewan Health Authority. So I am a dental therapist, and I have lived in the north, was 30 years in September. So it's hopefully the snow stays away for a little while still. Did you guys get snow this week? A little bit? No? Yeah, so we didn't either, thankfully. So, you know, the weather is beautiful for October. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about oral health. I have always worked in a children's dental program, and so my passion kind of lies with the children, especially like the 0 to 5 age. So a lot of the information I give today is sort of the basics with that, but it also applies to, you know, adult oral health as well. So if at any time you have any questions, please just raise your hand and yell it out at me. We'll just stop, and it's very informal, so please don't feel like you're interrupting, and I'll come over to you with the mic if you want, okay? So am I standing in anybody's way, standing here? You can still see the screen? Okay. And I'm not used to using a mic either. I just feel like I should bust out in a song, karaoke or something. So yeah, planting the seeds for lifelong smiles. So oral health, if we can start oral health early, it definitely sets our little ones up for, you know, a lifetime of smiles. Let's see if I can figure this out. Okay, so I'm just gonna start with a little bit of a land acknowledgement. So as a non-Indigenous person, I want to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners and caretakers of the land and waterways in which we work, play, and gather today. I hold deep respect for Indigenous peoples, past and present and future, and the enduring connection you maintain to this land, its culture, and its stories. I stand in allyship and friendship, committed to learning, listening, and walking alongside you. True reconciliation begins with humility, understanding, and shared action, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to be welcomed here today. Okay, so I am just going to start out with sort of some very basics. Again, if you have any questions, there's no silly questions, so just let me know. So how do we keep our mouths healthy? Some of these are very obvious, but just know I've sort of gone right back to the basics as a bit of a review. And I am quite positive that if any of you have smaller children, even older age children that have gone through the children's program here in Onion Lake, this will be a review for you. So thankful for, you know, that you do have an awesome, robust children's program here. I hear things that happen here that I'm very, very envious of. So you guys have done an amazing job. So how to keep our mouth healthy? Brushing. I am going to go into that a lot more. We are going to talk about sort of why we brush our teeth and what is the point. Flossing, that's another one. And again, it's sort of this, you know, it's got sort of the same reasons why we brush, but there are some additional reasons as well. Following the Canada's Food Guide, I feel like you probably have talked about nutrition already during this health forum, so I'm not going to go too much into that, but there is definitely a huge correlation between our nutrition and what we eat and our teeth. And then just having regular dental visits as well. So those are some of the main ways that we keep our children and our own mouths healthy. And so here's just a little, I don't know if you guys can see that, but this is sort of how we imagine it's going to be when we start brushing our kids' teeth, or, you know, that they're going to like it and they're, you know, going to be cooperative and all those things. And when in reality, that's kind of more what it might be like. Children don't always love having their teeth brushed, but if we can, you know, persevere and sort of maybe show them who's boss a little bit sometimes, it will get easier, I promise. And there's just another one. You know, we do suggest that children have help brushing their teeth till about age 8. They just don't have the dexterity to be able to brush their own teeth. So you can think of it like when they have enough dexterity to, I used to say handwrite, but I don't know if they're even teaching handwriting much anymore in schools. Another one I like to use is when they can use like a knife and a fork and cut up all of their food on their plate, they probably are ready to be able to brush their teeth by themselves. Like, cut it nicely, not just like rip it apart. So another one is, you know, tying their shoelaces really well. And I think you'll get to sort of know when they have, you know, it's always a good idea if you want to let them, we actually should let them brush their own teeth. You know, so let them have that independence, and then you just get in there and follow up, just making sure that they're getting all those parts clean. Okay, so what is a cavity? I'm going to dig right into that. So a cavity is basically a damage that's caused to a tooth by cavity-causing bacteria, and I will get more into that bacteria in a bit. But one thing that's interesting, and I feel like it's not really spoken about, cavities aren't really spoken about as a chronic disease, but when you look at the definition of a chronic disease, it definitely fits into that. So it's the most common chronic disease in children in Canada. So it is about 5 times more common than asthma, and we're always, you know, trying to intervene and prevent asthma and things like that. So, and then a child's body cannot be healthy if their mouth is not healthy. And that's the same with adults as well. You know, like you've probably filled out surveys where it says, you know, how healthy are you? You know, and people kind of forget that if they've got, you know, a toothache or, you know, a little bit of bleeding when they brush or things like that, you know, really, we aren't as healthy as we could be. So, you know, definitely lots of preventative things that we can do. Okay, so we're going to talk about bacteria. So babies are not born with the bacteria that cause cavities. They will acquire it eventually, and so that's what we call the transmission of bacteria. And we usually blame the primary caregiver for that, which is usually mom. Sorry, all the moms out there, but there is a definite correlation between how a mom's mouth is and what a child's mouth can end up being. So, you know, we really suggest, you know, keeping up with those regular dental appointments, those 4 things we talked about on that previous slide: brushing, flossing, you know, watching your nutrition, and then visiting that oral health professional. And then I'm not really sure if I talk about it much, but the main bacteria that causes cavities it's called Streptococcus mutans. That won't be on the test, but in case I talk about it later, just know that that's the bacteria. There are other bacteria too that cause cavities, but this is kind of the one that, the most common one. Okay, so how do we transmit that bacteria? So those of you that, you know, have had little children or nieces, nephews, that sort of thing, you know, they're very, very enthralled by our faces and our mouths. And even, you know, if you look at a nursing mom of an older child, lots of times they'll be nursing, but their hand is sort of looking around for that mouth, and they like to play in there. So, you know, let's say the little hand goes in the mouth, and then they pull it out and they put it in their own mouth. That could transfer some of that bacteria. You know, the soother or sucky or pacifier, whatever you call it, you know, it falls on the floor, and sort of the first instinct is to clean it off in our mouth. And then so when we give it to baby, that's another opportunity to transfer that bacteria. And then even kissing on the mouth. And so I would never tell you not to do any of these things, but sort of the big message there is that we need to take care of our own mouths. So, you know, going back to those 4 basic things. I am going to go sort of back to the basics of how cavities are formed. So here's sort of the equation. This is how it happens. So again, everybody typically has that bacteria in their mouths, but people have different amounts of that bacteria. So the cavity process isn't always the same for everybody. Some people can get a cavity in a year. Some people have cavities that grow for, a couple, 3 years. And then I've even seen cavities that have happened in, it feels like a few months. And so again, it all is dependent on that bacteria. And there are other factors too, like the anatomy of the tooth. So if you have a really bumpy, groovy tooth, that could, make it easier for you to get cavities. There's lots of other factors, whether you use a fluoridated toothpaste, whether you have fluoride in your water, how many vegetables we're eating, things like that. Vegetables are very self-cleansing, and so when you eat a vegetable, it sort of acts like a toothbrush in the mouth. So we've got bacteria, we've got sugar, and just for the ease of, explaining it, I put really sugary things on here, but just remember that it's not always the stuff, it's not always the white, the white sugar. There are other carbohydrates that cause cavities as well. So sometimes it's like things like crackers or chips. Goldfish crackers are kind of my nemesis a little bit, and probably the oral health people can know what I mean when you have a kid that opens and they've just had goldfish crackers. You're picking those things out for days. So they are very sticky for the teeth. But it is a little bit easier to explain if you just sort of think of sweet things. So together, that bacteria feeds on the sugar. That's what the bacteria needs to grow and stay alive. But what happens when it eats the bacteria, or the bacteria eats the sugar, is it releases an acid. And that acid on your teeth is what breaks down your teeth. So then if you put the acid on a healthy tooth and give it some time, how much time? Again, it depends sort of what your mouth, how the makeup of your mouth. That's when you can end up with a cavity. And so every time you consume something containing sugar or those sneaky carbohydrates, an acid attack occurs on the teeth. Okay, that acid attack it can vary in length. So again, those goldfish crackers that are very sticky, that acid attack will be that whole time that those goldfish crackers are stuck in our teeth. But if you have something like, I always think of chocolate. Like chocolate, you'll eat chocolate and it'll just melt away. So that acid attack is probably about 20 minutes or so. It can be 20 to 30 minutes. This next slide, I don't want this to sound very scientific, but I'll try and explain to you. Basically, the teeth are doing one of two things. They're either demineralizing, which is when they're having that acid attack, and the minerals are sort of being removed from the teeth, okay? The other thing they might be doing is remineralizing, which is when they're repairing themselves. So the teeth are either breaking down or they're repairing. And so obviously, here is a little bit of a graph. This is a graph when we have, so you're gonna have breakfast, all the points in red. That's your times that you're eating, your scheduled meal and snack times, I guess. So there's breakfast, lunch, you throw in a snack, you have your supper, you might have a bedtime snack. All of those times in red are when your teeth are breaking down. And that's normal, that's going to happen. We know that's gonna happen in our mouth. What's more important is that they're repairing more than they're being broken down. And so in the green, what we ultimately wanna see in our own mouths is more green than red, if that makes sense. So what we really wanna do with our kids is really, I'm not gonna say limit, the treat sort of things, but what you wanna do is just time them so that, let's say you have your breakfast and you wanna give them, no, let's use lunch. You wanna give them a cookie. So if you give them a cookie with their lunch and they're already having that breakdown of the enamel, if you give them a cookie, it's not another acid attack, it's the same acid attack. So basically what that means is it's the frequency of sugar that puts our teeth more at risk than the amount of sugar. So I think I have a slide in here I always use this analogy, and probably the dietitians wouldn't like this very much, but I always say if you have a box of Smarties, it would be better to eat them all at once than it would be to sort of eat, let's say, one Smartie every 10 minutes throughout the day. Because every 10 minutes, you're gonna sort of have a new acid attack. So Halloween's coming up. That's another good example. You know, it's always the question, do I just let them have it and, you know, let them eat it, or do I restrict it and you know, give them one every, you know, 20 minutes or every hour? I would say, personally, give it to them. Have a free-for-all, let them have it, and then hopefully their tummies aren't too sore, but, you know, it's better to do that, or save them for those meal times where that acid attack is already happening. Okay, does that make sense? Yeah, okay. Here is another, just another graph when you do have those sweet things closer together. So, you know, let's use the Halloween candy. You know, we're gonna give that Halloween candy, you know, every time one of their shows starts, one of their half-hour shows starts. You're gonna have a lot more red than green. So that's when we're going to increase our risk of developing those cavities. So hopefully that makes sense. And the one thing I did want to show you is when we talk about the breaking down and the repair and the acid attack, it really actually has a lot to do with the pH in our mouth. So we know that water is like a neutral pH. When things dip down into the acidic pH, that's the acid attack. If they go into the more alkaline, then that isn't going to contribute to cavities. Hopefully that makes sense. And I know that there's a lot of alkaline foods and a lot of acidic foods. I am not an expert on that for sure, but we do know that anything sweet is going to drop your mouth into that acidic level. And I did want to, maybe I'll get you to, actually I have two of them. I'll get you to pass those out, one to everyone. So this is just a little test you can do if you want. This is gonna test the pH in your mouth right now, if you wanna do it. And then there's a little chart just to, I'm not sure if it's open or not. Yeah, just rip that off. So what you're gonna do is you're just gonna take one of these strips, and there's two little squares on it, colored squares. They're kind of yellow right now. Just tip it to your tongue for like 2 seconds and then take it off. And then I'll show you sort of the colors of how you can determine what the pH in your mouth is. And then we'll just have a chat about maybe why the pH is higher or lower. Did you get one? Okay, so just a couple seconds on your tongue and then take it off, and you might see the colors change. And so what you're gonna do is the top pad is gonna be sort of in these color ranges, and then the bottom pad will be here. And if they don't line up like this, that's okay. It's gonna kind of be like the average. These might be better ones to follow. Okay? Did everyone try it? So so neutral pH is about 7, okay? So if you're about here, you're neither acidic or alkaline. If you're down below that, then your saliva is a little bit more acidic. And it could be for a multitude of reasons. Do you have coffee? Did you put sugar in your coffee? You know, are you having a soft drink? How long ago did you have lunch? You know, there's different reasons why your saliva might be a little bit more acidic. Do you have a question? Like 2 seconds. Yeah. And just on your tongue or even on your cheek. Yes. So that means you're more alkaline. People that have more alkaline saliva typically have more tartar on their teeth. So if you have to always get your teeth cleaned, that's usually what that means. Any questions? Do you want me to help you read them? Anyone? Yeah? Here, I'll grab this box here. I'm just gonna go here first. Okay, let's see. Okay, so not very acidic.
While Patricia is walking around helping with the testing,
But again, did you just eat? So
like I said, I'd like to thank everybody for coming out this afternoon.
Okay.
And I'd like to mention the people.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah, and so even if you're acidic, it doesn't mean that your mouth is unhealthy. It just means that right now your saliva is more acidic. Now, you could, like let's say you've got a cavity in your mouth, you know, your saliva could be a little bit more acidic. Yeah, so I put you a little bit more up here because your bottom is balanced. I would say you're going more to the blue there, hey? Yeah, so I would say you're pretty neutral.
Okay.
Yeah. Can I lower this over here? Do you want me to come there? Yeah, so you're getting more into the blue-green over here. So yeah, I would say that you're a little bit more.
I'd like to make an announcement. There's a survey in your kit. We would like you to fill it out and hand it in before you leave the building. It's a survey on this forum that we had for this past 2 days. Can you please fill that out and hand it in to Cheryl?
So yogurt. Just an interesting little thing you can do if, even up there, talk closer? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna talk louder. I'm having trouble because I'm hearing a little feedback back there and it's messing with my brain. Okay, perfect. Okay, I'm gonna go back just a little bit here. So, you know, I did talk about the Smarties, right? So again, it's the frequency of sugar, not the amount of sugar. Same with when we talk about juice. You know, lots of comments I get lots of times is I water down the juice, and just think of it, it's still going to cause that acid attack. So even if you water it down, it's still gonna bring your saliva into that acidic level. So again, maybe just timing it a little bit different and having it with a lunch or a breakfast or a snack instead of just having that juice sort of available all day long, if that makes sense. And again, just some healthy, happy snacks that will make, that won't cause those acid attacks on the teeth. But everybody always asks me about natural sugar as well. So natural sugar in its true whole form does not cause cavities. But as soon as you break open all the cells that make up that fruit, that's when it can cause cavities. So it actually, cellularly, it changes the sugar in the fruit. So again, if you took that apple, it's okay. It's also crunchy, it will act as a toothbrush, and it has lots of fiber and things that are great for your body. When you turn that apple into juice, it does change the makeup of it. So you really do need to watch when you're purchasing the juice that, you know, we would love to see it say like 100% pure fruit juice, just because that does offer some extra vitamins. What we really want to try maybe to avoid, if possible, is those ones that say beverage, punch, I think just drink if it says fruit drink. So there definitely are some better ones than others, for sure, for our teeth. Yeah, so these are just some considerations, again, going back to your strip. You know, if you had it more in the acidic level, did you just eat? Did you brush your teeth today? You know, do you have any decay in your mouth, cavities in your mouth? Okay, so our children's baby teeth, really important. Before I was in this profession, you know, I had heard many times, you know, baby teeth really aren't important. We're gonna get new ones anyway, so, you know, whatever. We'll just practice on these teeth. But when, you know, children are developing in so many different ways, and learning so many things, and, you know, attaining lots of those milestones, their teeth can have lots to do with it. So we need those teeth for chewing food, obviously. So if they can chew those really nutritious things, that's what we would love to see. For speaking, so lots of kids that don't have some of their teeth, their tongue sort of moves differently, and it is hard for them to develop some of those sounds that they need their teeth for, like the TH sound, the th. That's really hard without their teeth. You know, believe it or not, little ones do have, you know, we want to encourage that real positive self-esteem. So we, you know, we hope that their teeth can help them do that. And then another one is that they hold the space for the adult teeth. And so I do have a photo here. This one down here, if you can see that, I always feel like I'm in the way. So those are adult teeth. And you can see that one that's kind of on the roof of the mouth a little bit. That's what happens when you lose a baby tooth before it's supposed to fall out naturally, is that all the teeth around it fill in that space. They kind of tip over and they just want to scoot together. And so then what happens when the adult teeth go to come in, there's no room for it. So they end up popping out wherever they can. So it might be on the roof of the mouth, it might be more on the gum side, things like that. So then we worry about, you know, orthodontic problems. We do worry about sometimes if the teeth don't fit together properly, it's harder to, it's harder to chew sometimes. Sometimes it can affect, you know, the muscles in the neck, and we can get headaches and things like that when our teeth don't fit together properly. And then I just wanted to note that chronically infected teeth may also affect the formation of the permanent teeth. So if we have some infection in there for the baby teeth, that infection can cause some damage to the adult teeth underneath as well. Okay, I don't know if this is hooked up to the internet or not, but I'm going to try and play this video. It's just a quick little video that shows, let's say in an adult mouth, what happens to those teeth if we lose a tooth and we don't get it replaced. Let's see. I guess we'll get an ad first. Skip. That's okay, we don't need sound. I'm trying to, no, I'll just let it play, sorry. Or can you hit that little skip button? Okay, yeah, this is it. Perfect. Thank you. So there isn't really sound to this, but you'll get the picture. So see how those top teeth, they sort of over-erupt into that space, and then it sort of causes them to loosen up. Just kind of dangles there, and then you're looking at probably getting that tooth pulled out as well. And then in this one, you'll see, this one you'll see that the teeth around it kind of just start to sink in there. So again, the teeth aren't really fitting together properly. And I think there's one more. There you go. And so once you have sort of some of that space loss as an adult, it is hard to get that space back unless you're gonna, get some ortho intervention to move those teeth apart. So, any questions about any of that? No? Okay, it's always hard being the last speaker. People are dying to get out of here. Okay, so first, the Canadian Dental Association recommends that children have their first visit by their first birthday or by 12 months of age, or within 6 months of the first tooth erupting. So if your child gets a tooth very young, like let's say 2 or 3 months, even 4 months, it would be recommended to see somebody within that 6 months, so which would actually be before their first birthday. And so you can reach out to the dental people, and they will definitely help you. I don't know, do you have drop-ins, or do you have booked appointments for them? You see them with the nurses? Yeah. So, there's lots of options. If you're not sure, give them a call. And then I just wanted to kind of show you, these are just some positions that your child might be put into during their checkups when they're little. So this is knee to knee. This is when, the caregiver holds the little one, and then the oral health professional just sort of leans them back. And then there's some other ones. So, you might hold the little one yourself, and then they'll sort of come in behind and look in their mouth. Some of the older ones, like a 3 or 4-year-old, you might sit them in the chair, and they'll just sort of open, hopefully willingly. So you don't need a dental chair to see them when they're really little, and sometimes that's better. It's a little bit more accepted when, they don't have to jump into this big giant chair, although some kids love that. But like I said, you don't need to go to this big formal clinic to get their teeth checked. Okay, and then also at the dental checkups for the little ones. The rest of the slides, I'm just going to talk about some other things that you might experience or you might hear, or questions you might have about these. You can ask the girls at your next appointment. But toothpaste use for children, there are recommendations, and those recommendations are that if you are at risk for developing tooth decay, and I did inquire earlier, apparently there is no fluoride in the water here. And so unfortunately that automatically, according to sort of the definition, it does put your child at risk for tooth decay. And so the recommendation for toothpaste for children under the age of 3 would be the size of a grain of rice amount of toothpaste on the brush. So that's definitely enough to be effective in helping prevent those cavities, but it's not harmful like when they swallow it. We know they're gonna swallow it. So we just wanna put that little rice grain size amount on. Once they turn 3 and you're confident that they're a little bit better at spitting, it's still okay if they swallow a little bit, but once they're able to spit out something in the sink, some of the bubbles, then you can move to the size of a pea, like a green pea. Okay? And then once they're fully able to spit, it really doesn't matter how much you put on there. Like for me, I don't really measure how much I put on my toothbrush, but I know that I'm not going to be swallowing a lot of it. Okay. And then I just have one question. Just raise your hand if you want. How many of you rinse your teeth after you brush them with water? Yeah? So this is very new. And I know that we've had to change our practices a little bit, but it's actually better if you don't rinse your teeth. Because what you've just put on, the protection that you've added to your teeth with that fluoride, you're rinsing away when you rinse your teeth. So if you can avoid it, avoid it. I know old habits are hard to break though, so. So mouthwash, you could also use, definitely. There are different kinds of mouthwash though. So you wanna probably make sure you get one with fluoride in it and one that doesn't have alcohol in it. So the one that has alcohol in it can be very drying to your tissues, and so you want to avoid that one. But if you feel better and you feel more fresh with that, absolutely, but it should never replace the brushing or flossing. Brushing and flossing, yeah, definitely. And there are kind of prescribed mouthwashes as well that probably a dentist would prescribe if you, let's say you have a little bit of gum disease or you have a little bit of infection, then there might be other mouthwashes as well that they can prescribe. Fluoride is also a desensitizer, so if you have any sensitivity in your mouth, like let's say to cold or things like that, it can also help with that sensitivity. So if you have any of that sensitivity, you can look for a toothpaste that's specific for sensitivity, and that could help as well. If you don't like the taste of it, or you don't like the feel of it, you can always just take a little bit of that toothpaste on your finger and rub it where it's sensitive, and then like brush your teeth with your normal paste.
Question.
Yes.
So you say rinsing with water washes away the whatever?
Yeah.
What do you recommend then?
Not to rinse your mouth right after you brush. So you could rinse your mouth before you brush if you want to get rid of some of like the food particles and things like that. But after you brush, just spit out as much as you can and walk away.
All right, so you can do that or mouthwash.
You could do mouthwash if it's got the fluoride in it. Yeah, yeah. Okay, fluoride varnish. So fluoride varnish is a wonderful thing to apply on children. What it does is it can stop cavities from growing. Fluoride is sort of like an antibacterial, and so it can decrease the amount of bacteria we have in our mouth. So it can prevent cavities from growing. If you do have a cavity already, it can slow the cavity down, and it can actually stop it altogether. So there's lots and lots and lots of evidence that having that fluoride varnish is a really great practice for kids. And even adults too, like if you it's sort of been replaced with, those of you that are, old like me, you remember going to the dentist and having those trays in your mouth with that jelly stuff that everybody hated. This fluoride varnish has kind of been replaced with that. So it is sort of the fluoride treatment. One thing that is very sort of new to me is that children's, the bacteria that they get and that they're exposed to, there's a bit of a window when that bacteria is, it sort of does the harm in your mouth. Not does the harm like cavities, but it builds up in your mouth. So we have what we call a window of infectivity, which is when we accumulate our bacterial load that we're going to have for a lifetime. And the window is basically the entire time that our baby teeth are growing in. And so because the bacteria doesn't stick, it only sticks to teeth, it doesn't stick to gums, that window of infectivity is about from 6 months to about 30 months. And so it's really, really advisable to make sure your children get a fluoride varnish treatment, or 2, or maybe 3, by the time they're about 2.5 years old. After all their baby teeth are in, that window kind of closes. And so we want to make sure that we can, we try and avoid having a huge bacterial load, okay? Because like I said, that's gonna last for a lifetime. So that fluoride varnish is super, super important the younger they are. So yeah, if you haven't had them checked yet, those are your girls. Okay, oopsie. Yeah, and again, the fluoride varnish is very easy to apply. Some kids will cry, definitely, but from my experience, it tastes okay and they don't mind it. And when they're 6 months old, sometimes this is like sort of the first, sweetish kind of taste that they've had, so they typically really like it. Okay, another product I'll go over real quickly is called silver diamine fluoride. So it's another form of fluoride, but it's mostly used when there's already a cavity. Well, it is only used when there's a cavity already. And what it does is it actually kills all that bacteria, and so the cavity dies. And that happens really fast. One of the, I guess, drawbacks to that is that when that bacteria dies, it turns black. So that's a really good sign for us, though, because that's how we know that the tooth isn't going, that the cavity's dead, it's not going to keep growing. And so this is, again, a very easy intervention when they have sort of smallish cavities. If there's a chance that it's deeper, we want to kind of assess that case by case, but it is a really great treatment. So you can ask the oral health ladies about that if you have questions with your own children, and I would 100% recommend it. Okay, I think you had a whole breastfeeding session, so I'm not going to go into sort of the health benefits of breastfeeding, but I will talk a little bit about the oral health benefits of breastfeeding. So when we breastfeed, those of you that have before, you know that when the baby is latched, they take as much of the breast as they can. And so their mouth is open really wide. When they're drinking, it's sort of the nipple flattens out and it's a real natural kind of suck. And so what that does is it allows the muscles and the bones actually in your face to develop, the way that they are meant to. When you have some external forces like a bottle nipple, if you think of it, their mouth is like this a lot, and so what the muscles in the cheek are sort of pushing on the bones, and the muscles change a little bit, and so it can change the way the bones develop, but also it changes the normal position of your tongue, which I'm not going to go too much into that, but it is very fascinating that if there are issues with the normal position of your tongue is probably lazy. And when your tongue is lazy, you have trouble speaking, learning to speak. You have trouble sometimes with eating because our tongue is too lazy to be able to get all that food mushed up. So some kids will avoid certain foods because it's too hard for them to eat. And so we really want to see that tongue sit naturally in the mouth. And the natural position for the tongue is when the tip of the tongue sits right behind the 2 front top teeth. That's the natural position of the tongue. So when you're sitting there right now, just stop and feel where your tongue is. And if it's sitting right there, that's what we call the spot, and that's where we want it to sit. There's lots of things that can alter that in children's development, but breastfeeding is definitely one thing that can help it. And so this is a mouth of children with lots of spaces, and we want to see children with lots of spaces between their baby teeth so that they're easier to clean. They're not, if they're tight together, they're with two teeth tight together, they're harder to clean and probably more susceptible to cavities. And then this also allows a little bit more room for the adult teeth to come in. And there's just a mouth with tighter teeth together. Okay, so if we are bottle feeding, we just sort of want to recommend that, you know, babies don't have that bottle for a long time per meal, I guess, per sitting, because it makes that acid attack really long. And so those kids are they are more susceptible to cavities. But then it also, again, can mess with that natural position of the tongue. All right, so we love to hold babies and, have their bottle. Right on. And then just some, again, more examples of how much sugar there can be in certain liquids that we drink. Apple juice and Pepsi have the same amount of sugar. So just, noting that. And then I do have some pictures of sort of how the decay can progress. Okay. And so I'm just going to talk a little bit about open cups. So again, just because of the whole development of the muscles and the bones and the natural position of the tongue, again, anything that can alter that could be like a bottle nipple, a sippy cup, spout, a straw if it's too long, a thumb, a pacifier, all those types of things. And so one thing that can help if there are some of those other things happening is the use of an open cup. And so we really do recommend introducing an open cup at 6 months of age. It seems weird, like they've just started solid foods, and they will not be good at it right away. But just sort of introducing it and getting them to practice with it. By the time they're 12 months, probably are going to be pretty good at drinking out of that open cup. And it is amazing. Like they'll just sort of tip it up and like even lap it up, with their tongue. So they do, again, there's no external forces on their mouth. So that is definitely a bonus. And then just one of the recommendations, this is from Health Canada, so children should begin weaning from a bottle at 12 months and be completely off the bottle by 18 months. And that recommendation comes because nutritionally, the milk or the formula that they have in their bottle, we need to start reducing that so that they can eat more solid foods. And so a lot of times when children are on the bottle beyond that, they start to develop things. The parents think that they're picky with some foods. They're not really hungry at supper time and things like that. But lots of times it's just that they're full because they've had so much milk. So we really do want to reduce that amount of milk that they drink throughout the day and start giving them some of those, hard, crunchy foods and, some things that take some effort to chew because that will help develop the jaw and the muscles of the face as well. Okay, so here's just a quick little one. Oopsie. Can you guess? I gave you the answer. Can you guess which one these cups are better than others? So when you're looking at the cup, think about how hard is it to suck and how is the position of the tongue going to be with these cups. So this one, I'm not really going to make you guess, but guess in your head. So this one, I don't know if you've ever tried sucking out one of these. This one's called, I think, the 360. It's really hard to suck out of that. And so that one is, I'm not saying don't ever use these, but like if you're on the go, you're having a picnic, 100%, you need something. You're not going to take a little open cup and, have it spill all over the park, or you're in your vehicle. So you're going to need some type of, transporting liquid cup. So yeah, just sort of think about that. But you know, what I would recommend is when they're sitting having a meal, like let's say at the table or in their high chair, you know, bring out that open cup. When they're on the go, then these cups would be more appropriate. This one is, I don't know if you've seen this one either, but the lid has like a little disc and it sort of just swivels. So you tip it back and your lip pushes on this swivel and then you just drink normally. So it sort of opens the valve and then you can drink normally. So that one is a little bit better because it's not pushing on the tongue. Don't ask me where you find these cups. I have no idea. This one with a straw. So this is a no unless you trim that straw right down so that the tip of the straw doesn't go in behind the teeth and they end up sucking on it like sort of like a nipple. If they're just putting it in front of their teeth and drinking it like a real shallow suck, then that's fine. Okay? Again, if it goes behind the teeth, it could help alter the position of that tongue at rest. So it's both. These are the little cups that, it's just an open cup. I don't know, do you have these to give away? Okay, so the oral health program does give away little tiny cups that are perfect size for little hands to grasp themselves. This one has like a harder spout on it, so again, usually what you'll see is you'll see bite marks on the spout of these cups, and so that tells you that they're sitting there biting on it, right? So again, that can affect the way the teeth come in or the way they sit in the mouth, and also the position of the tongue. Same with this one. A spout is a spout. And the other thing about a sippy cup that doesn't spill is that it's very easy to just replace a bottle with a sippy cup. And then lots of times, you know, the practices don't necessarily change. And so they have been known to sort of contribute to that early decay as well. This one, I guess, is questionable, but lots of people have these ones already. So just a little glass cup, which is also very good. Again, it's a perfect size for their little hand. And then this one again has a straw, but the straw is hard. They can bite on it and chew on it, and it's quite long. So that one's going to go in behind their front teeth and potentially cause some movement in there. Okay, so another thing that could happen when you take your child in is that, you know, sometimes they come to us and they already have some cavities. And so if children have let's say some deep cavities or cavities on multiple teeth, lots of times we will refer them just to get their teeth fixed all at once. And so that is definitely something you can discuss when you take your child in. And you know, if you have any questions about it or concerns about it or you're fearful, you know, those are all some things that you can bring up when you have that appointment with your little one. Okay, so just a quick review. So oral health is about more than just brushing and flossing, right? We talked about lots of different things like diet and sugar, frequency of sugar, things like that. Dental decay is a bacterial process, so it has to do with the bacteria we have in our mouth and how much we have. Bacteria is passed from caregiver to child. So again, they're not born with it, but they do get it eventually. Caregiver oral health and their role in reducing transmission. So just a good reminder that to sort of keep up on your dental visits if you can. Frequency of sugar increases your risk more than the amount of sugar. Children's teeth are very important. The first dental visit by 12 months of age, or within 6 months of that first tooth erupting. Brush using a dosed amount of fluoride toothpaste, depending on their age. And then that bacteria is established in the mouth. I did put 26 months, that is the average, but it's between, I think it's between like 20 and 30 months. Fluoride varnish strengthens tooth enamel and inhibits cavity-causing bacteria, so that just means it kills some of the bacteria. Breastfeeding allows for the muscles of the face and jaw to grow naturally. Children should not sleep with a bottle in their mouth. I don't think I mentioned that, but again, sleeping with the bottle just extends that acid attack all night long. And so unfortunately, night after night of those extended acid attacks, that's when we can end up with the, what we call early childhood caries, which is multiple cavities on teeth. The introduction of an open cup is recommended by 6 months of age, or at 6 months of age. And children should be completely off the bottle at 18 months. And there's just some cute little gaffers. All these are some of my little friends in La Ronge. And any questions? This is what happens when you're the last person. Any questions at all? No?
All right, Patricia. Give it up for Patricia. She'll be here for a few minutes. If you do have any questions, she'll be in the building. Go see her and ask her. All right, well, I'm going to give you guys about 15 minutes. I want the people that are supposed to be behind me, go back to your tables. We want you to fill out the pink slips. Wow, what do you want? Changing the rules again. All right. Okay, I guess we'll wrap it up, I guess. Like I said, Patricia will be here for a few minutes if you want to ask her some questions. Give it up for Patricia one more time. She drove all the way from La Ronge. Thank you, Patricia, and thank you to all the presenters that have been here for 2 days. At this moment, before we go, I would like to announce that you can book your flu vaccine at the health center after today. So if you want to book for a flu shot, phone the health center and book for a flu shot. So I'd like to mention some names. I'd like to thank these people that were involved in getting this forum together. I'd like to acknowledge Jody Stapley, Ellie Jo Carter, Misty Whitstone, Glenda Burnoff, Alicia Olivier, Ashley Doshanabahir, I don't know what her last name is, Brandy Jimmy, Barb Martell, Muriel Lewis, Cheryl Dillon, Shelley Belly, and the MC, Eugene Brown Lewis. Give it all up to all these people that organized this forum. Hi. Thank you very much. Oh, and Terry, our guy, our IT, can't forget about him. And our sound people, I guess, and our cook, and everybody else. Thank you for all coming. So we will now do the door prizes. All righty. As soon as we're done that part, our forum is done. And again, I'd like to thank everybody for coming out these past 2 days. All right. Health center staff, do not leave after the door prizes. We need you to help us clean up. All righty. I need a Vanna White over here. All right, we're going to do the pink slips.
Where is he?
All right, we have a Eagle View hoodie, Buckswater, North Shore hat. Can you open them for me? I only have one hand. And that one goes to April Graham. April Graham. Come and grab your prize, April Graham. Okay, she's on her way. All right. Next set, Eagle View's Bunny Hug, North Shore hat, and the fly swatter, Sonia Carter. Sonia Carter. Sonia Carter, where are you? All right. And these are the pink slips. You still have a chance to win on your tickets, so don't leave. You still have those door prize tickets, so. All right, Vanna, which one next? Same thing, bunny hug cap. All right, Drew Faithful. Drew Faithful. Come on down. You're Drew? All right, okay. Okay, another bunny hug, North Shore hat, fly swatter goes to Shelly Belly. Shelly Belly. Another one, bunny hug. Oh no, that's not a bunny hug. That is a long sleeve shirt from Onion Lake Recreation with a GMAC hat and a buck swather. That one goes to Barb Martell. Like I said, don't leave. Everybody has a second chance with their door prize tickets. All right, this next one is donated by the Onion Lake Border Chiefs. It is a bunny hug. Fly swatter goes to Lionel Waskiewicz. Lionel Waskiewicz. He was here earlier. If he left, we'll keep it, I guess. Yep. No? Redraw? Okay. Yeah, I did mention you have to be here to win, so redraw. Redraw. Okay, this one goes to Geraldine Cook. Geraldine Cook. Are you in the building? Geraldine Cook? Nope. Okay, redraw. Redraw. You have to be here to win these door prizes, so. Dennis Carter, he was here. He just left not too long ago. I seen him. Redraw. Sage Chief. Hey, hey, hey. There you go. I think it's a brown box. This one goes to Alana Carter. What's in here? Alana Carter? Okay. I don't know what's in there. A travel mug. A travel mug and a very expensive $100 pen, it looks like, goes to Marina Morin. Marina Morin. Or Matt's Health. She's here somewhere. She's over there. She's on her way. Okay. Okay, another brown box goes to Tammy Whitstone. Tammy Whitstone? All right. Another brown box. This one is open. Okay, nice coffee mug donated by RBC Bank. and golf clubs. That one goes to, don't leave, Kathy Chief. Hey, hey. Thank you, Vanna. Vanna 2. All right, this next one is a coffee cup donated by RBC. Goes to Sadie Stanley. Sadie Stanley, are you here? Sadie Stanley. Yeah. We'll add on to that. There you go. All right, another cup donated by, a nice coffee cup donated by Laser and Engraving RDS from Lloydminster, Kara McDonald. Hey, Kara McDonald. Vanna. Okay, next we have a toque work gloves by North Shore and a pencil case and a bug t-shirt, every child matters t-shirt. That one goes to Darlene Wolf. Darlene Wolf. Not here? Okay, redraw. She's not here. Quickly. Okay, this one goes to Jessica Harper. She left? Wow. Sandy Hill. Sandy Hill, come on down. There you go, ma'am. Okay, we have a bag with a lot of stuff in it, mostly kid stuff, games, books, and whatever. This one goes to Shayana Waskowitz. Sayana Waskowitz. Hey. Okay, same kind of package. That one goes to... Yeah. Okay, grab another. That one had my name in it, so I can't win. All right, this one goes to Brett Crookedneck. Brett Crookedneck. Is he here? Brett Crookedneck? No Brett? No Brett? Okay, redraw. Okay, Cheryl Whitstone. Cheryl Whitstone. Electric toothbrush with a bug deflector. Bug swatter. Barb Martell. Where is she? She was here. Oh, there she is. Okay, Barb Martell, you're a winner. Okay, we're going to unfold this. We want to see what it is. All right, this one is kind of a medicine bag. It's got pouches with some already medicine in there, natural herbs and spices, Labrador tea. Very nice. Handmade by who? I don't know. It was donated by Brandy, Jimmy, and them. Goes to Kim Whitstone. Kim Whitstone. I was talking to Kim outside. He said, "Oh boy, I better win something nice." And that is nice. All right. Okay, a munch and movie, the fit kit for kids goes to Howard Whitstone. I think he left, eh? Okay. Okay, what does Ernie Billy? Okay, Ernie, you won this one. We redraw. Okay, we have a little gift bag. Chief Taylor. I think donated by Chief Taylor. Yeah, water bottle, bugs, water, blah, blah, blah. Lots of stuff in there. Goes to Tracy Z. Tracy Zeleny. Okay, she's here. I can see her. Here. All right, another package similar to that one I just gave out. Carmen Patagan. Carmen Patagan, are you in the building? All right. Yeah. All right. All right, go to the other side. Okay. All right, we have a nice native design coffee mug worth $200. Goes to Tanis Waskiewicz. All right, this next one is a cooler bag with an umbrella and lots of goodies inside. That one goes to Shannon Carter. Sit down. Oh, talk about good luck. I told her to come and help up here. Gee. But she wanted. Okay. A nice little native wallet. Christian Lewis. Christian Lewis. Okay, another little wallet. Same thing, native design. Goes to Elizabeth Chief. Elizabeth Chief. Another wallet, native design, goes to Tara Chief. All right, another wallet goes to Shanera Wolf. Shanera Wolf. Okay, another cooler bag donated by Onion Lake Health with a lot of goodies in it. Yeah. Okay, redraw. That was under Alicia's name. You can't win. April Burland. April Burland. She's not here? Redraw. Andrea Chief. Andrea Chief. Okay. All right. We're almost getting to the nitty-gritty. Okay, we're going to the ticket. All the pink ones are done. Pink papers are done. We are now drawing with the blue and white ticket. All right. This is a bag, native design with a fly swatter. Ticket number 067. 067. Thank you for coming, ma'am. See you next year. 067. We're going to quickly redraw if you're not up here right away. 067. Once, twice. Okay, redraw. Zero, 6, 8. 0, 6, 8. 0, 6, 8. All right, redraw. Okay, for the same bag, 0, 6, 0. 0, 6, 8. Oh, she's too slow. Redraw. You got to run faster. Oh, all right. Oh. Okay, we have a nice purse, native design, fly swatter, and a nice pedicure kit. Goes to 0, 7, 0. 0, 7, 0. 0, 0, 7, 0. Well, yeah, there wasn't 2,000 people here. 0, 7, 0. Yeah, yeah. All right. Here's a nice $500 helmet donated by Boundary Ford. I don't know, it's $500, but it's brand new. I'll call the last four numbers. 2104. 2104. Going once. Going twice. Yep, you're the winner. Hey, hey. Okay, now we have a Walmart $50 gift card. Ticket number 2086. 2086. Hey, we got a winner. 2086. All right, congratulations. Okay, what do we got next? All right, a $25 Tim card. 2076. 2076. 2076. All right, now we have a McHale Mall gas bar, $50 voucher. You can buy anything with it at the gas bar. 2066. Hey! Congratulations. All right. All right, this next one was donated by the Lands Department, Elliot and his crew. It's a Polaroid camera. Instantly brings out the picture. The picture is only that small though, so good luck. 2042. 2042. Nice, nice. All right, nice big blanket. Picture of a wolf pack on it, donated by All Nations Building Supply. 2105. 2105. Who? Oh. Yeah, that person left. Redraw. All right. $200 2103. Yeah. Yeah. All right. All right, another blanket. Black Neon Collection. It's a three-piece Sapera line cloud blanket set, size queen size, 7 inches by 9 inches, in blue. 2077. 2077. All right. Yeah. Oh, the reason, just to explain why some of these guys are winning twice is somebody leaves their tickets with them, their moms, their brothers, whatever. So that's why they got more than one ticket. All right. Here's one of the big ones. It's a $338 gift card that'll go to Elmer Savols in Lloyd. It does have an expiry date. You can buy anything with it in Elmer Savols there, like an oil change, tire purchase, whatever. Detailing, yep. Oh, everything, yep. $338 worth goes to 2092. 2092. Once, twice. Okay, redraw. Two zero 2050. So quick. 2050, okay, redraw. All right. 2053. 2053. 2053. Come on, come on. No? All right, redraw. Two 2072. Hey, Christy. There you go. All right, we're down to the last two big prizes for the forum. We are going to do the $250 meat pack from Diamond 7. Oh. Maybe that's it. All right, this one goes to 7672062. Huh? There's nobody screaming, okay? 2062. 2062. Sorry I confused you. No? Okay, redraw, okay. All right. 2107. 2107. Huh? 2107. Yep. Where are you from?
Here.
Butte. Person Butte? Okay. All right. You're with Gary and Vanessa's kid, right? All right. Okay, give it up one time for that guy. All right, now for the Oilers tickets. Oilers against the Blue Jackets, a 6:30 game. When is the date for that? November 10th. Drum roll. 2090. 2090. 2090. All right, redraw. I won't argue. All right, here we go again. 2074. 2074. Yay! All right. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll see you next year. Thanks for attending our Health Forum #1. See you next year.